Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A trucker accused of shooting at a pickup with a child inside claims the pickup driver actually fired first in a road rage incident. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports a judge found probable cause Wednesday to send this case to district court on multiple felony charges, and the defendant chose to testify. A rare decision.
I don't recall seeing it in the preliminary hearings I have covered. And that's because at that phase of the case, the defense attorney has very little information. He hasn't gone through discovery yet. He hasn't gotten his arms around the constitutional situation yet. And so it's rare, it's unprecedented, but it's also a bold move.
59-year-old Rabindranath Bunsi faces 1 count of attempted second-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of reckless driving, 2 counts of reckless endangerment, 1 count of property destruction, and an 8th count of using a radar detector. Wyoming's leaders, past and present, are mourning the loss of former Superintendent of Public Instruction Judy Catchpole, who passed away Thursday at the age of 81. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reports that Catchpole is remembered for her boundless energy, sense of humor, and advocacy for children.
She was truly a happy person. Every single person I spoke to, governors today, senators today, leaders of all sorts, regular people who knew Judy well, they all said the same thing. She was genuinely happy. She was funny. She just brought joy to wherever she went. She was so different than other politicians. She's one of those people where if you saw her in a store, you would go seek her out and you would go give her a hug because you knew she was genuinely happy to see you.
I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
Wyoming runs on community, and it's powered by people like you. Know someone who always steps up? Nominate them for the Governor's Spirit of Service Award presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon. Let's celebrate the volunteers who make a difference every single day. Head to servewyoming.org to nominate a local hero today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After being rescued from what officials called an abhorrent hoarding situation 2 months ago, the Cheyenne Animal Shelter has found homes for all 103 animals that were rescued. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the ability to get over 100 pets placed is an amazing achievement.
Yeah, none of the 103 animals rescued from the hoarding situation back in October are at the Cheyenne Animal Shelter now. They've either been adopted or they've been sent to other facilities where they can receive treatment and care and rehabilitation to get them ready for adoption. They had a giant mastiff that got flown to Idaho, and within 2 weeks of reaching his new foster family in Idaho, he was adopted as well. So it's a really tremendous accomplishment for everyone involved. I mean, you can't really be prepared to take on that many animals, let alone that many animals who need urgent care, and then have them all in better spots within 2 months. That's really something.
Kayla Hahn with the Cheyenne Animal Shelter tells Cowboy State Daily that quails were the last of the 103 rescued animals to find a home. Cheyenne's Outlaw Saloon is part dive bar, part honky-tonk, and known for hosting music, boxing, and even Little People wrestling. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports the landmark bar is closing this weekend after the bank foreclosed on it to recover $1.7 million owed.
The Outlaw Saloon is closing this weekend on Monday at 10 a.m. Bank is having an auction or closure sale for the Outlaw Saloon. It's only been called the Outlaw since about 2019 when the current owners bought it, but for decades before it was called Cowboy South. At one point they had 3 working bars and a bowling alley.
The Outlaw Bar was bought by Curtis and Shelby Croughton and their limited liability company Bullseye Operations. It's been the go-to hangout in Cheyenne since the early 1970s. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show on December 5. It's a finally Friday. We're going to cover a whole bunch of stories today. The road rage trucker who's saying now he's not the one who shot. The other dude was shooting at him. I'm not sure that's going to work any better than his other line of defense. The daughter of the Rock Springs police chief that is accused of poisoning her roommate's dog. She's sentenced to 42 days in jail, has to pay for the dog's funeral. It's goodbye to the Outlaw Saloon in Cheyenne. Abby and I yesterday talked about how that place is going to shut down. They owe almost $2 million. Foreclosure. Outlaw Saloon, no more. Judy Catchpole has died. Former Superintendent of Public Instruction, Judy Catchpole. Remembering her dead at the age of 81, we found out yesterday. And we'll have special guests on today concerning Judy. A whole lot more going on the show. Speaking of special guests, Deborah Mallow will be on first thing in the morning. Author. And she's going to help us manage our holiday stress. Cynthia Scott, also an author. We're going to check in with her as America approaches its 250th birthday next year. It'd be a perfect time to check in with Cynthia Scott, whose book Celebrating God, our founder, at America's 250th birthday. Cynthia will be on. Alan Megargle, who is the Bigfoot researcher, paranormal filmmaker, disappointed at the FBI findings just released this week that hair samples from the 1970s in a case that had been hushed up, quieted up, closed up. We now found out the FBI says, that was just deer hair. Not sure Alan Megargle is buying that. And what does it mean? Is that a setback in his quest to find the elusive Bigfoot? Jillian Balow, former Superintendent of Public Instruction, will be on the show as well today to talk about the passing of the job. Judy had the job, I think, 2 superintendents prior to her. There was somewhere in the middle, there was another one. But of the folks that have had that job, Superintendent of Public Instruction, Judy Catchpole And then down the line, Jillian Balow, of course, currently Megan Degenfelder. Jillian will be on the show. She's back in Wyoming, and she'll pop on. Becky Marcelliano. It shouldn't be that hard to say. Becky is doing outreach with the OnX people. That's the GPS locating outfit that, boy, hunters swear by OnX. And that issue of landlocked public land, landlocked by private land, stuff like that, be a perfect time to check in with OnX. They have a special program, a special access and stewardship program dedicated at OnX to just such things like landlocked land. In fact, right after Becky, we'll have Griffin Post. And Griffin is a filmmaker, skier. He's got a new documentary debuting down in Denver, I think, tomorrow or sometime this weekend. It's called Inaccessible, and it's about public land and our ability to get to some public land, to ski on it or hunt on it or fish on it or do something on it. It's an interesting documentary, perfectly timed. Back-to-back guests, Becky Marcelliano and Griffin Post will be on in the third hour. Harvey Deselms, you know Deselms Fine Art in Cheyenne. He'll be on. Harvey will give you some Christmas gift ideas that are uniquely Wyoming and certainly art. And Cheyenne Frontier Days have announced their Frontier Nights lineup, concert lineup, and we'll have Wilkie on, Mike Wilkinson, who is the guy instrumental in booking the acts for night entertainment at CFD at the Daddy Mall. Wilkie will be on the show as well. So, yeah, a lot of guests, a lot going on. Weather forecast. Looks like this to start your day, the day weather forecast. And yes, Don Day will be on later today. Chance of snow mainly in the early morning in Casper with highs 36. Lander, chance of snow later, like 4 in the afternoon with a highs 38. Evanston, winter weather advisories will be on this afternoon from about 5 p.m. until 5 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. That's in Evanston, so that means I-80, port of entry in the southwest. Expect trouble. Couple inches and blowing. 33 the high in Evanston. Rock Springs, slight chance of snow after 4 today. Breezy, 35 the high. Pinedale, winter weather advisory through 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Could see up to 4 inches, especially overnight. High today in Pinedale, about 32. Afton, winter weather advisory through tomorrow. Snow coming tonight. A certainty of probably 3 inches. Depends on how much mixed with rain. DuBois, snow likely, mostly sunny, breezy. Otherwise, highs 33 today. Jackson, winter weather advisory through about 2 in the afternoon tomorrow. Snow certain after 3 o'clock in Jackson with highs near 35. Could see up to 4 inches overnight in Jackson. Good news for the ski resorts, certainly. Jackson Hole Mountain Resorts started spinning lifts yesterday. Targhee is going to be open today. No word yet on Snow King. Mostly sunny in Thermopolis, highs 38. Cody, chance of snow with highs 37. Buffalo, slight chance of snow in the early morning, otherwise 33, partly sunny. Sheridan, early morning snow or fog. Otherwise, mostly sunny afternoon with highs 37. Gillette, chance of snow in the morning. And then becoming mostly sunny with highs 34. Newcastle, early morning snow. And then 33 the high. Slight chance of snow before 8 in the morning in Torrington as well. Partly sunny afternoon, 42 the high. Lusk, you'll top out, partly sunny, 34. Cheyenne, just a slight chance of snow in the morning. Otherwise, partly sunny, 36. The high in Laramie, 31. with a slight chance of morning snow. Chance of snow in the morning in Rawlins. Patchy, blowing snow, that kind of snow. 31 the high in Rawlins. That takes you across the state. Everything you need to know. Driving conditions, well, yeah, challenging, especially on mountain passes. And then Interstate 80, you can expect problematic conditions in the southwest. With the weather coming to Evanston, I would make it a point not really to be on I-80. In the Evanston, Rock Springs, Evanston, all the way to Utah stretch, yeah, I just wouldn't do it tonight. Probably not going to be very fun. Speaking of just don't do it on the interstate, road rage trucker says it was the pickup who shot at him. Here's the problem. I don't know if firearm was found in the pickup. This is a case Claire McFarland's been following this thing. Semi-tractor trailer driver gotten involved in some kind of incident, road rage. Hey, you're driving like crap. No, you were driving like crap. And it got to brandishing weapons stage, not just pointing at it, pointing a weapon, but actually firing weapon, allegedly. Eyewitnesses say the semi-tractor trailer, the big rig trucker, shot at the pickup truck. Evidence says the pickup truck's got a bullet hole in it. Evidence found the gun that put the bullet hole in the pickup truck was found in the big rig truck driver's cab. And on and on. So I don't know how the trucker, the big rig trucker, proposes to back up his story. But Bunsey, 59-year-old Rabindranath Bunsey, said, no, the other guy shot at me. Dude. You got to pick like the lie that's closest to the truth, not opposite. That's Bunsey. That's like, you learn that pretty early on when you're 7 years old and your 6-year-old brother are both found in a room with a broken vase. I always use the example of broken vase. Is there anything else you can break in the living room that mom's going to come in and say, who did this? Now, if you own a dog, both kids are smart. 6 and 7-year-old both point at the dog. He did. But if you don't have a dog, you both point at each other. He did. And that's what Bunsey's doing. He didn't fabricate a good story like, you know what, Mom, we were kind of playing around like you said not to do. We were roughhousing. And then he bumped into you got to like come up with some kind of game plan, not he shot at me. I don't know. Well, maybe that is what happened. I don't know. I'm not trying the case. If I was, we'd be done by now. We'd be adjourned. Dodge Ram pickup is the one that called law enforcement. Bunsey, meanwhile, kept on driving. Wasn't like he thought the incident was worth reporting. If someone shot at him, don't you think at some point, in fact, he was asked that. If you had such a road rage incident that the dude in a pickup pulled out a gun and shot at you, wouldn't you pull over and report this at some point? And I think the truck driver said, I couldn't get service. He's got AT&T, and I think the judge says, so you're saying AT&T doesn't work in Rawlins? He drove by Rawlins, blew right by Rawlins. Didn't think, well, here's a place I can get a signal. Kept on going. Wasn't until Highway Patrol pulled him over. And judging by Highway Patrol's troopers, they don't see evidence that Bunsey slowed down, much less pulled over after the incident. He was still pedal down. Chavez Harkins, who's he? Harkins he was the one asking questions. I suppose I'll have to read a little closer. Chavez. Chavez Harkins is, Sarah. Yeah. Carbon County attorney, Sarah Chavez Harkins. She noted to the judge and to everybody in the room the other day as preliminary hearing that Claire McFarland had. She noted, I don't see any bullet holes in your truck, but I do see a bullet hole in the pickup truck, the Dodge Ram. Also, Chavez Harkins wondered, why didn't you make a phone call? Why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you report this? And Bunzy said, Bunzy insisted he had not fired his, on November 20th, Bunzy said he had not fired his gun. Now his story has become a little more elaborate. He might have fired it, but the other guy shot at him first. He said he didn't have cell phone service. He couldn't call law enforcement. He drove 30 miles. Chavez Harkins asked Bunzy why, in a stretch of more than 30 miles, after having reportedly been shot at. Most truckers I know, Chavez Harkins, I'm paraphrasing, would have called 911 by this time. He said, I didn't have phone service. Chavez Harkins says, let me get this straight. You passed the city of Rawlins. Did you pull over when you had service then? Bunzy said he pulled over when police passed him in pursuit of a different trucker, and then later again when they confronted him. So no, he didn't. The only reason he thought to pull over is because he saw the lights on. He saw the party lights come on in the rear view mirror, side view mirror, I guess, for truckers. Otherwise, he was still going. Chavez Harkins, but you still didn't call law enforcement to report that you were shot at reportedly 5 times. Which carrier do you have? AT&T, said Bunzy. And Chavez Harkins says, you're saying AT&T doesn't work in the city of Rawlins. Bunzy said, I'm not saying that. This is my first time coming into the state. Listen to this guy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Somebody shot at somebody on the highway. And that's really not a way to take care of your issues with other motorists. That's not, kids, that's not a means to an end there. No. Just get over it. Everybody drives bad. Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear how that turns out. I think Claire McFarland said it was rare to have the accused on the stand at a preliminary hearing. I wouldn't put the accused on the stand at all. Once a judge, well, maybe not a judge, but if this ever went to jury, once a jury, given the climate today of truckers who can't speak English, I don't know that Bunzy has an accent. I would assume Rabindranath. This is not Sam or Dave or Bill. Rabindranath Bunzy. I would assume he has some bit of perhaps an accent. As soon as the jury hears that, they're ready to convict. I would not have this guy in the stand at all. I think he's being represented by one of our favorite lawyers, Semerad, right? Yeah. Ryan Semerad, who defended the corner crossers. Semerad wanted his client to tell his story, as elaborate as it is. And so Bunzy did. Bunzy said, I'm on the shoulder and the truck is in back of me. Bunzy said, then the white pickup driver came out, hit my trailer, and said, come out, you effing N-word. Then he said the N-word. Ooh. The pickup truck driver then fired 3 shots into the air. All right, that's why none of them hit the big rig. I was scared for my life, said Bunzy, who wept as he spoke. He said the man then came towards him, fired 2 more shots, one which barely hit the radiator and another in the windshield. Oh, no. Who is shooting at who? If there's a shot in the windshield, don't we have evidence of that? Bunsey later clarified the second shot came across the windshield like a fireball, like when they were shooting at Mr. Trump, Bunsey said. Oh, I would not have put Bunsey on the stand. Jeez. That would have not been my inclination, Ryan, but all right. You know what you're doing. Somebody shot at somebody. Trucker says that dude shot at him. The guy in the pickup truck said, no, the trucker shot at me. He said, she said, going to court. Gives lawyers and judges something to do, like they don't have enough things to do. This case of the daughter of the Rock Springs police chief, we'll talk about that when we come back. She's got 42 days to think about poisoning her roommate's dog to the point where it had to be put down. She's now on the hook for the funeral, the whole ashes. I think they're going to incinerate it or whatever they do. What do they do to, Yeah, we'll talk about that next.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We are back from break in the early stages of a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. The 19-year-old daughter of the Rock Springs police chief, who is in trouble for poisoning her roommate's dog. Not just, this was over a series of weeks, if not a month. This is what I find particularly disturbing. And I think also the dog owner. These two were BFFs. Haley Blake Hallie Blake, and her roommate, Hallie and Allie were like this, man. I'm speculating. They moved in together. They were young kids setting off on their first time away from home in life. 19-year-old Allie, who just happens to be, her dad just happens to be the chief of police in Rock Springs. No big deal. And Hallie has adopted this pit bull from the animal shelter, and Bull 3's company. Once the pit bull came on board, things, I guess, started going sour. The pit bull maybe chewed stuff, ate stuff, and Allie didn't like the pit bull. Allie doesn't like dogs, I guess. She started sneaking in, and I'll say allegedly. I don't know if I'm supposed to say allegedly anymore because we do have a plea deal now. She started sneaking in poison. What did she use? Like antifreeze or whatever you use that dogs don't necessarily detect. Antifreeze is sweet, so dogs think it's good stuff. Yeah, she used bleach and antifreeze. Part of the evidence against young Allie was the fact that her phone was subpoenaed. What do you do to a phone? Her phone was a warrant for your phone, a warrant for the phone's arrest. They checked out her phone, and she asked questions of ChatGPT. Can a dog die of bleach, and can that be detected? In other words, she wanted to find out if she'd get caught. I mean, duh. She queried AI. She asked ChatGPT, can an autopsy on the dog show antifreeze poisoning? Case closed. Again, see, I mean, they're so quick to solve things if I'm the judge. You don't ask that question of ChatGPT randomly. That is not something I'm asking AI every day. Can you detect antifreeze poisoning in a dog and then your roommate's dog dies? Boy. I mean, a 4-year-old could sit on the bench of this case and be done with it. Oh, follow-up question. What about bleach? How long? She actually asked these questions according to her phone. How long would it take for bleach to kill a dog? Seriously, if I'm the defense attorney, if I'm the public defense attorney assigned to defend Allie, and I see these phone records, I'm like, Allie, you're screwed. I mean, what do you want to do here? I got to plea deal this because you are effed. And then maybe he makes a call to her dad and says, police chief, yeah, your daughter's got this stuff on her phone, and I don't even want to do this case. They did do a plea deal. She got the best she could. She was looking at felony, animal cruelty, and she got that buck down. She pleaded no contest. Ellie Erspemer pleaded no contest to misdemeanor version of that charge. So maybe she was just trying to make this pit bull sick, not kill it. In accordance with the plea deal she signed last month, basically she and dad and anybody named Erspemer wanted this to go away. I don't blame them. She's going to do 42 days in jail. She's probably already done a little bit. And she's got to pay $2,224.86 in restitution for poisoning her roommate's dog. Her roommate, Hallie, not to be confused with Allie, Hallie Blake, she's obviously upset. She said Hallie, the roommate, the dog owner, she's more upset of the breach of trust. She said that really shook. I mean, the loss of the dog, yeah, I love the dog, but what really gets me, Hallie said, is being betrayed like that. I mean, this went on for like a month, more than a month. She's like, I can't I just can't get my head around the fact that my roommate, I thought she was my bestie, would be poisoning my dog every day. We were talking, sharing, laughing, and meanwhile she's pouring antifreeze in the water bowl. What? Hallie penned, she said, about 18 rewrites of a 4-page statement. She tried to make a statement and would crumple it up and try again. She said, still, I'm not sure of the right things to say. She said, Lily, the pit bull pup. Yes, I struggle with that. But she said, more importantly, Hallie said, I struggle mentally with how Allie kind of just went on with her life as if she did nothing wrong. And she said, I think there's no sentencing, and definitely not 42 days, it's ever going to bring back what she took from me and what I've been through, said Hallie. And again, it's not the dog. I like her focus here. The dog's one thing, but it's the betrayal. It's when you trust someone, you think you like somebody, that is hard to get over. That's damaging. Yeah, tough case. I hope Hallie can get over this and get another dog and not another roommate. And I hope Allie, come on. You're 19 years old. You got plenty of life ahead of you to turn this around. Hope you can. Hope you do. Other stories today. Popular Cheyenne honky tonk, the Outlaw Saloon's going to close. They owe the bank a bunch of money. Their idea back in the day was sound. They wanted to be the Billy Bob's, Texas of Cheyenne. They were huge. Part dive bar. They were a big honky tonk. At one time, rocking 3 different bars in the building and a bowling alley. Probably a mechanical bull. I don't know. In the glory days, they had a 22,000 square foot place right there at South Greeley Highway. It was originally called Cowboy South, went through a few ownership changes, and then became the Outlaw Saloon. Outlaw Saloon website claims it's the largest bar in Wyoming. I would think so at 22K. Yeah. It's big, huge dance floor, live music every weekend. I mean, the model was sound, I guess, but you know, in today's day and age, less and less people are going out. Some college kids in Laramie, you could have a modest sized bar there, but outside of that, people don't go out drinking to bars anymore, shooting pool, watching bands, bowling and boozing it up. I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's aging demographics, but that's not people's jam anymore. And I think the Outlaw really struggled. They owe the bank supposedly $1.7 million. Finally, the bank said, we're tired of waiting. You're never going to make this money up on $5 well drinks. It's time to shutter. And they will. Tough news. Favorite place to go to during CFD, for sure. Cheyenne Frontier Days. Every once in a while, one of the big acts would play a concert and then just show up later that night at the Outlaw Saloon. That was cool. We're going to miss the Outlaw Saloon, but they owe $1.7 million supposedly to Citizens Bank, and the foreclosure notice was coming. Tough news there in Cheyenne, and tough news for all of us in Wyoming. Former Wyoming school chief Judy Catchpole died Thursday at the age of 81. She's remembered as being the life of the party, her humor, her energy, always, and her, of course, advocacy for children, for students. She was the superintendent of public instruction in Wyoming from mid-90s through 2003. After that, she went on to serve on many boards concerning education. And everybody's heartbroken over it. Current superintendent of public instruction, Megan Degenfelder, devastated by the news. And we will have on the show later this morning former Superintendent of Public Instruction, Jillian Balow, who is back in Wyoming. She briefly took a similar job in Virginia, and she's out of that now, and she's back in Wyoming. She remembers Judy Catchpole. Who doesn't? And what a great loss. Governor Gordon ordering flags in the state, half-staff, half-mast. And, yeah, Judy Catchpole gone at age 81. We learned that yesterday. The story by Jimmy Orr in the Cowboy State Daily and special guest Jillian Balow later in the show. Let's take a break. We got Deborah Mallow coming on. She's going to help us fight those holiday season blahs and holiday season stress. You know, the holiday season, it can be great, glorious, and it can be the most stressful time of the year. And who knows better than Deborah Mallow, who wrote the book on it. It's great to have her back. She'll be on next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com. And wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction. And we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Deborah. Deborah Mallow's on. I got the book, Deborah. Here it is. 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. Deborah Mallow. I just got it yesterday, so I barely had time.
That is okay, because I'm ready for the holidays. I got dressed. I'm ready to bring it in more. We feel better, and we have little tips to make us feel better and deal with the stress and deal with having a great 2026. I'm so glad to talk to you again, Jake.
We're gonna talk about the magical, wonderful, stressful times of the holidays, what they might bring, and how to make sure you're going through it in the best emotionally, mentally way possible. 6 steps. Here's what I do like about the book. I was just flipping through it, and I like that it is real stuff you can begin immediately. It's not just this idea space. Here's how you feel better. It's like the commitment. What are you going to do? When are you going to do it? Flip the script, timeline. Like, it really gets you down to work. Roll up your sleeves and let's do it. I love that. We're going to talk about tips to manage the holiday stress from Deborah Mallow, the author of the book we were just talking about. Let's start with, you know what I did? I started with I'm going to call it number 4. Yes. Prioritize self-care. While we were on commercial break, I lit a candle, played a little bit of one of my favorite songs, and I took a little me time. Even if it was 90 seconds, I just reset. Is that smart?
Yes, that's what we need to do because it resets the brain. It stops the circular thinking and all the stuff going through your mind.
Yeah.
Pausing is one of the best things you can do. And when stress happens, even distracting ourselves from it, looking at something funny, playing like you did a holiday song to get you in the spirit, because that boosts endorphins. Funny enough, even smiling does that. So it's these little things, micro things that bring some joy into the day and just de-stress.
Yeah. A little thing like that, a little pause like that. It's not, I'm not avoiding our conversation, or I'm not avoiding that holiday party and the stress it might bring. What I'm doing is actual science, Deborah. You talk about it, serotonins and dopamine, and like there's science to this.
Yeah, just very basic. Because as you know, I wrote this book not for the general public. I wrote it because I needed to shift. I wanted to be happier. I understand getting stuck. And that's why I want to help. And I'm so glad we can chat about it, because the brain, simple, our brains love and thrive on patterns. So the more we practice these positive patterns, these micro shifts, not overwhelming ourselves, not overhauling our lives, little things, step by step, over time make a big difference, and we create positive habits that stick. It's really the truth.
Let's talk about some of the simple things people can do. We'll begin with, I'm going to call it number 1, lower the bar, lower the expectations. Some people, look, you don't have to make a perfect Christmas. If you find yourself swapping out the star at the top of the tree 5 times and saying, I'm not sure that's it either, calm down. Like, just lower the temperature, huh?
That's really the truth. We all get caught up in perfection and what other people think. I want to say something really clear.
Yeah.
Focus on what matters. What matters? Everyone having a good time. Focusing on your loved ones. Making memories that actually you'll think back not as negative, but as positive things, because you were able to pause, as we talked about before, and not go down the rabbit hole of worrying about the matching napkins. Laugh about the burnt cookies. So what? No one's perfect. Life is messy. And the more we laugh about it and don't take ourselves so seriously, the better we feel. It's little glimmers of joy. Joy isn't this big thing. It's just creating moments that make us feel good. We put too much stress on the word happiness and joy. Just create moments that we can all feel good, and you spread that to the people you're with. Because everyone wants to be with people that are fun.
Yeah.
Like you.
Thanks. And don't worry about what others think, because guess what? Others probably care just as little as you do about the napkins. Don't overdo it. Don't worry about others. Do things for yourself. One thing you can do for yourself is to protect your time. That may mean saying no, but you have limited energy, limited time where you can get to things, and you might have to just say, hey, not today or not now.
Set aside the guilt. Guilt is one of these things like judgment that we make bigger in our minds. We actually stop ourselves. Funny enough, they call it self-sabotage, call it what you will, but we stop ourselves from having fun and doing what we really want to do, what serves us. We don't have to say yes to every little thing because it's right. We need to protect our energy. We need to take care of us. And it's not selfish. Actually, when you take care of yourself, protect your energy, then you have the energy and the love and the kindness to give to those that you really care about. So stop saying yes to everything and say yes to what serves you and what you can bring the fun to. So everyone wants to be around you also.
I like that. I have a window that me and the cat love to look out and watch birds eat these nuts. I'll put little treats out for them. And just 10 seconds, I learned from the cat. Cats know how to de-stress. And he watches the birds with a different intent. I don't think I want to eat them, but I do too. I'll take just a few seconds to watch the birds. And man, it must be doing some serotonin. It must be doing something in my brain because I love it. I'm finding tiny joys throughout the day. That's important, Deborah Mallow.
Absolutely. It really is finding those moments that you can actually enjoy and bring the peace into your heart, into your soul and everything. And it is just the little things. And for us, it could be absolutely anything. I like to do something with happiness and joy and write down little things that make me feel good. Drop it into a box. It doesn't have to be fancy. And I call it my Make Me Smile box. Just find little ways to bring in joy into your daily routine and start in the morning. Start with a smile, start with a hug for yourself and carry that with you. And we talked about the pause. When things start to get stressful or overwhelming, pause, distract, do something that can bring in some joy and do something nice for someone else. Because we could talk about, there's many people out there who feel lonely during the holidays. Pick up the phone, call somebody, make them feel good, because in turn, that boosts serotonin and you're bringing joy to yourself and joy to other people.
I like that. Deborah Mallow, author of 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. I'm eager to get into it. And we just talked about the importance of flipping the script and doing little tiny things throughout the day. They give you a nice mental reset. How about, look, you got to take care of you or none of this is going to work. You can't help others. You can't be the party host if you haven't taken care of your health, your eating, your sleep. Take care of you. You're first.
Absolutely. 100%. The holidays, we tend to think of it. It's a party, right? The whole month of December is like one big party, Christmas, then New Year's. But we can think about like overindulging. And when we think of these small steps that we talked about, not big overhauls, but simple things, think about what you're eating. Stay healthy in your food. That doesn't mean don't have a piece of cake or a cookie, because I believe when you stop everything, then that's when you crave it more. But we don't need 6 cookies. And yes, we want to have a drink, toast in the new year, have some fun, but think about how much. Because when we eat well, sleep well, we feel better. And that's when we are more able to bring in the joy and make people and ourselves feel good. So it's really about that, being aware. It's always being aware of what you're doing and using common sense, right?
Yeah. Deborah, one of the things that the holiday season brings is stress over money. That, and in fact, that's a big part of it. Gift giving, you want to give the best gift. You want to be that uncle or whoever. Like the gifts, it's the meaning of the gift. That's what we always hear is important. Stick to your budget. Set a limit. Don't let money be the stressor in December.
Absolutely. And I think it's really true to set priorities, and even with people that you're giving gifts to, talk to them about it. It's always about a budget, and honestly, sometimes the best gifts are sort of semi-homemade. In other words, think about it. We talked about joy. So how do you continue the joy? Maybe buy a picture frame. They're not that expensive. And take a picture of sometime during the year that you all had a wonderful time and give that as a gift. Or somebody loves maybe tea and various little wonderful things to eat throughout the year. Make a basket. Even take a container. Maybe you have a Tupperware in your cabinet and then decorate it a little bit. Put in the stuff, wrap it up. It doesn't have to be that difficult, and we don't have to spend hundreds of dollars doing it. Set expectations. We talked about those expectations, and don't put so much pressure on yourself to do that, because again, do what's meaningful and what will make wonderful memories. Jake, I like to make a gratitude collage. And what that is it's just pictures of happy moments in our lives during the year, let's say, and maybe places that you want to travel together with the person you're giving it to, or happy words, and then put it all together. You can frame it. And that's a wonderful gift too, because the gratitude collage, when you look at these happy memories, it's like withdrawing joy from your happiness bank. And then you distract yourself. It's a wonderful thing to do, to distract yourself when you're feeling stressed and give yourself that endorphin boost. So again, it doesn't have to be a lot of money to be able to bring the joy and do something nice for somebody else, because that's what it's about. Perspective.
Author Deborah Mallow, 6 must be your number. 6 steps to fewer days that suck. That's the book. Everybody should go get it. And we're talking about 6 steps you can take to keep the sparkle in the holidays. You just touched on the final one, number 6, focusing on gratitude and reflection. December is the end of the year. It's a good time to look back on all the good things, all the positive that happen around the year. Reflection, gratitude, that's a good time to do it at the year end.
It really is. And it's perfect to do at all times, but now is a good time because we're going to start fresh, right? It's a reset for us. And it's, as I mentioned, people are lonely. Even when you're around a lot of people, it can feel lonely. It can feel overwhelming. Maybe you're not in the spirit. Maybe there's things that are troubling you and everything. So be conscious of that and do something nice for somebody else. And it doesn't have to cost money. It's as simple as a happy text, a phone call, because we're trying to spark joy. And then the same for yourself. Don't focus on those 1 or 2 or 3 things that you felt, I could have done better this year. Oh, I didn't accomplish this goal. Don't focus on that. Focus on, even jot it down on a piece of paper and put it on your fridge or on the mirror in your bathroom. And the good things that you've done this year, the things that you've accomplished. Because again, New Year's resolutions, we try to overhaul our whole life rather than what we talked about earlier in this segment is just micro actions, the little things that we can do to make the change, the procrastination, understanding that just starting gets us in the flow. Simple things like that, reflection and gratitude for just the simple things, even the sunshine.
Free sunshine. Being joyful, spreading joy through Hanukkah, Christmas, and the holiday season. We're talking to Deborah Mallow, and I would recommend you get the book, 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. Deborah, we have to start our new year off right with you. We'll talk about
hope so, Jake.
New Year's resolutions and the winter doldrums. Winter in Wyoming lasts for 13 months, and then we get summer. So, yes, please, first thing next year, let's get back on again.
Absolutely. I will get in touch with Piper. She's fantastic, and we'll do all of that. And everybody, happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. Make happy memories that you can take with you throughout your life. God bless everyone. Happy holidays. Thank you, Jake, for this time.
You bet. Happy holidays to you, Deborah Mallow. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The USGS estimates 4.7 trillion cubic feet of undiscovered natural gas remains under southwest Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that combined with other recent assessments, federal scientists have identified enough gas to supply the entire country for a long time.
They have been doing so many studies of southwest Wyoming, it was kind of expected, I think. I asked the researchers, were you pleasantly surprised by this? And she said, no, it really fits a pattern. That is what the inventory is. It's a pretty solid resource that could generate enough natural gas to power the whole country for 18 months.
The assessment marks the 5th oil and gas study in the area released by the USGS in the last 2 years. Following assessments of the Lewis Shale in July of 2020, the Mowry Composite in May of 2025, the Niobrara Formation in June 2025, and the Phosphoria Petroleum System in August of 2025. The daughter of the Rock Springs, Wyoming police chief was sentenced to 42 days in jail and ordered to pay over $2,000 in restitution Wednesday for poisoning her roommate's dog, leading to its having to be put down. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Allie Erspalmer pleaded no contest Wednesday to the misdemeanor version of that charge.
The county attorney, Clayton Malinkovich, that covered for Sweetwater County in this case, he wrote a statement saying probably had she been convicted by a trial, the judge after that would have given her probation. And so this way he was able to secure some jail time because he wasn't confident about whatever sentence she would have gotten even with the felony level conviction, which she dodged. But he recognized that nothing could make up for the loss of the dog and the other things that the dog's owner went through.
The restitution amount Erspalmer must pay is for cremation and veterinary costs. The deceased dog's owner, Hallie Blake, confirmed Thursday to Cowboy State Daily. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
Wyoming runs on community, and it's powered by people like you. Know someone who always steps up? Nominate them for the Governor's Spirit of Service Award presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon. Let's celebrate the volunteers who make a difference every single day. Head to servewyoming.org to nominate a local hero today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. When John and Tucker Bass, father and son, moved from Tennessee, they were unsure about Wyoming's bass fishing. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports, then the 12-year-old caught a world record-setting largemouth bass in Fremont County.
Tucker and John Bass. Tucker is the son. This summer, they were fishing on a lake that's colloquially or locally known as Bass Lake, and Tucker caught a world record-breaking bass insofar as it was the new world record for the junior class on 4-pound test line. There's never been a record largemouth caught in Wyoming, because Wyoming really isn't known for bass fishing.
Dad says that they planned on eating the fish for a world record dinner now that they have an official approval. Tucker said they plan to cook it in his favorite way, which is deep fried. Wyoming's leaders, past and present, are mourning the loss of former Superintendent of Public Instruction Judy Catchpole, who passed away on Thursday at the age of 81. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reports that Catchpole is remembered for her boundless energy, sense of humor, and advocacy for children.
She was truly a happy person. Every single person I spoke to, governors today, senators today, leaders of all sorts, regular people who knew Judy well, they all said the same thing. She was genuinely happy. She was funny. She just brought joy to wherever she went. She was so different than other politicians. She's one of those people where if you saw her in a store, you would go seek her out and you would go give her a hug because you knew she was genuinely happy to see you.
Catchpole served as Wyoming's highest-ranking education officer from 1995 to 2003. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
State Daily Show. It's a finally Friday. It's December 5. And I might take a moment here. NFR is underway, by the way. The Super Bowl of Rodeo. First round complete last night. NFR results, we have them. And we'll have, of course, a Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen. Western Ag Network. I'm sure Will talk about it. We saw things follow pretty much the script at the NFR. Those who were top ranked coming in looked like it. It's not a mistake that some of these bull riders and bronc riders came in at rank number 1, number 2, number 3. Like, oh yeah, they proved it last night. We saw some fantastic rides. First round NFR in the books. We'll go over that. This is also December 5th. We'll take a look at some of the things that happened on this day in history. In fact, while we wait for Cynthia Scott, who is supposed to be with us, hope I'm not going to have one of those kind of days. Cynthia's in another time zone. So am I, by the way. I operate 100% 24/7 in a different time zone. Anybody can tell you that. So maybe that's it. But yeah, we were hoping for Cynthia. Meanwhile, here are the things that happened in this day in history. 1848, President James Polk confirmed gold discovered in them thar hills in California. It was the gold rush, of course. 1948 gold rush. There was just rumors until President Polk said, they found gold in California. And before he finished the statement, everybody had left the room. Everybody had left the state. And they were heading to California to get at that gold. December 5th, 1944, Japanese balloon bomb lands near Thermopolis and blew up. News of the event kept secret during the war to keep the public from panicking and perhaps also to let Japan know that it was working. Can you imagine? I mean, Japan had to think, okay, what can we do? We can bomb Pearl Harbor. That's bold, but what do we do after that to keep our butts from getting whipped in this war? We could send balloon bombs and hope they float into the United States. Oh, they actually did. It's a thing. It's not urban myth. And these balloon bombs, incendiary devices, actually floated as far inland as Wyoming. And today, this day, 1944, one of them blew up near Thermopolis. And the U.S. was kind of downplaying the success of these balloon bombs to keep the public from wondering if they could even celebrate a birthday. Hey, it's a birthday party. Look out for those balloons. And probably also not to tip off Japan that, yeah, your balloons are getting all the way to Wyoming. 1997, this day, Wyoming Air National Guard concluded its firefighting duty in Indonesia. 2003, this day, George Washington Memorial Park is added to the National Registry of Historic Places. Don't try to look that up. We just call it the Town Square. It's in Jackson, Wyoming. At this point, what is not on the list of historic places, really? Although it is historic. The square, the town square in Jackson, it does have a George Washington memorial statue in the middle. It is, when you think like New York City, where there's a Central Park, it is the most expensive piece of grass maybe in the world. If, should that be developed? It probably never will be, but never say never. So maybe, worthy of the National Registry of Historic Places. At one time, the town square was pretty mid, really. It was just a bunch of sagebrush in the middle of a few boardwalks and saloons. But now look what it's become. The only place you can find a blade of grass in downtown Jackson. 2018, this day, former Wyoming Senator Alan Simpson spoke at the funeral of President George H.W. Bush on this day. Elsewhere in the world, 1941, this day, UK declares war on Finland, Hungary, and Romania. Early World War II developments. And on this day in 1941, the Soviets launched a massive counterattack against the Germans in a siege of Moscow. And again, World War II efforts, December 5th, 1941, the date. All these things happen on this day in history, December 5. Let's see what Will's got going. He's down in Las Vegas for the NFR.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen from Las Vegas in the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Performance number 1 is in the books, and I was thinking it is just the beginning of a journey, a 10-day journey that is full of ups and downs, both mentally and physically, and a whole lot of money, and it's anybody's race in any world title. I'll talk about the NFR coming up next.
Ranchers, the Wyoming Stock Growers Association's Winter Roundup Convention and Trade Show runs December 8th through the 10th in Casper. This year's highlights include Oklahoma State University's expert livestock economist, Dr. Darrell Peel, a Washington, D.C.'s issues update from Wyoming native Caitlin Glover on behalf of the PLC and NCBA. And don't forget about the trade show and live auction, a perfect opportunity for lots of Christmas shopping. Online registration open at wisga.org.
Join us for the annual Key Range Production Sale on Saturday, December 13th at 1 p.m. in Miller, Nebraska. We're offering 65 registered Angus coming 2-year-old bulls, 12 registered Angus fall yearling bulls, and 165 commercial bred heifers. For more information, check out our website, key-ranch.com, or call Caleb 308-991-2234, or Aaron 308-991-9650. We look forward to seeing you at the Key Ranch production sale on December 13th.
Performance number 1 is behind us from the Thomas and Mack Arena on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And we are headed to the weekend in a 10-day journey that is full of ups and downs. And if you listened to Donnie Gay about a week ago on the show, you know it's a mental and physical game indeed. But the money can be won, and there's no world title that's safe. The all-around is a huge story between Stetson Wright and Wacy Shala, who are just a few $1,000s away, and both are in 2 events. Wacy Shala in the bareback riding and the bull riding, Stetson Wright in the saddle bronc riding and the bull riding as well. And the go-rounds, to win a go-round, this is why no lead is too safe. The go-rounds pay $37,000, and they pay 6 places from $37,000 down to $6,000 and everywhere in between. The aggregate, the average as we call it in the sport of rodeo, this is why being the best on 10 is so important. $94,000 to win the average. We will try to stay up with it right here on the Rodeo Roadshow. Thanks for making us a part of your day. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, big money at stake in the NFR in bareback riding. Round 1 last night. Cooper Cook took home $36,000 plus 36.6 on Ramblin' Man with an 88.5 ride. Good job, Cooper. Stetson Wright, man, he's been doing it all year long. His saddle bronc, he rode Renegade to a 90 score to take home $36,000. In the bull riding, Stetson Wright again. What a night for Stetson. Big Shasta, 89.75 ride to edge out Wacy Shala on Heartbreaker. Stetson Wright, man, he started off right at the NFR, that's for sure. And steer wrestling, Tyler Wagasback, 4 seconds it took him to wrestle a steer down. Man, that is dogging. And speaking of 4 seconds, that's how long it took Lightning Aguilera and Caden Profili to stretch one in the team roping to take home $36,000 apiece. 4 seconds. Tie down roping, 6.8 second run from Shade Mayfield. Top the list. NFR last night. We'll take a break. Don Day is going to be here with weather after this.
Winter is here. Wind chills below 0, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like. out. It was fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
It's finally Friday and it's snowing here in Jackson. What is it doing to you, for you, on you? Let's get Don Day in here and we'll find out what it's supposed to do weather-wise wherever you are. Don Day in the Day Weather Forecast joins us every weekday about this time, right on time, Don.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we gotta, let me ask you this. This is just my weather terminology. I don't know if it's real or not. Don's getting ready to laugh. What is more, as far as snow, a skiff or a dusting?
Oh, this is easy. A dusting is bigger than a skiff.
Oh, okay.
So a dusting, this is the way I interpret it, at least.
Yes.
That a dusting's enough to cover things up and make everything white. A skiff is where there's a little bit of snow here, a little bit of snow there. It's, but it's not enough to cover things.
Mm-hmm. I can get with that. Hey, we got the same shirts on today.
Your style, you have impeccable style.
You do too. No, you. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I think. So I've got like 5 skiffs so far this morning that total about an inch. I keep going out there and like shoveling it off the wife's car, and it keeps coming a little bit at a time. But
yeah, and I just looked right before we went on. I looked at. Are you familiar with the Truth Stick? That's at Grand Targhee.
Yes. They don't sugarcoat it. Yep.
Yes, the Truth Stick has a foot of new snow.
Ooh, good for them, Targhee.
Overnight. Yeah, there you go. So yeah. We're going to make skiers very happy here this weekend.
Definitely. Targhee spins today, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort yesterday, and everybody happy right now. I think even our friends or competition down there in Uinta, down there in Utah, Colorado, we're all getting this, huh?
Yeah. All of the Northern Rockies, basically the Rockies from I-70 North, are going to, the next 36 hours. I mean, the wave that came through last night was great. Satellite photos show the next wave is very robust. And I want to give a heads up to people, while we're mainly talking about the high country, we're going to have a lot of travel headaches later today and tonight and tomorrow in the lower elevations. Interstate 80 is going to be yucky, just blah. There's going to be heavy snow squalls. There's going to be really strong winds, icy conditions. It's one of these situations where you get enough of the mountain snow to come off to cause some headaches. So if you're going to be traveling across the state, things really don't start to get better till Sunday.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but when you're choosing to snow, and of course Don has chosen this event to come, it's all his making, not the government. It's kind of coming at night. I don't know if that's better or not, but for most of us, depending on where you are in Wyoming, it's going to be some overnight snow tonight. So factor that in. Tomorrow morning, presumably all you got to do is get to the ski hill or sleep in. So that might be good news. Get your travel in, because tonight the snow comes for a lot of us.
Yes. Yeah. For the Western valleys where you're at in particular, this is just the perfect setup.
All right. Anything else over the weekend? Now, Sunday, it starts to taper off. And then We were taking a peek into next week. We saw midweek trouble. But warmer,
there's more. There's
temps.
more coming. There's more coming, especially for the high country.
Yeah.
We're going to catch up real quick. We may pick up November's deficits here in a week.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks, Don.
Thank you.
All right. Don Day weather forecast. So, yeah. If you were doing your snow dance for the last couple of weeks, it's finally paying off. It's working. Those of you doing your snow dance, it's here. Let's get back into the Zoom room, Cowboy State Daily, and we have, I don't know what happened to Cynthia. Deborah was here, so we're 2 for 3 in guess. I like that. We're batting pretty good. This young man next in is the guy chasing the elusive Wapiti, Alan Megargle. Paranormal filmmaker, Bigfoot researcher. I was just checking out some of the videos, I don't know if it's video or film. I mean, it's on YouTube. I'm watching a lot of your YouTube stuff, Alan, and it's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Trails to the unknown. I'm hooked, man.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, Alan's been trying to find the great North American Sasquatch since at least 2009. He's been documenting it not long after that in video and film work. It's pretty cool. We have you on just because we heard recent news about perhaps evidence, but the FBI says the hair that was found, the hair sample from the 1970s is deer. Now, I don't know how believable that is. After all, that's a long time they had a lid on this thing. And then to come back with, usually you come back with inconclusive or unknown. Sometimes the samples are deer. But this is weird that the FBI sat on this since 1976, finally took the lid off it and says, there's nothing to see here. What do you think of that, Alan?
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. Peter Byrne is the gentleman that was really looking into Sasquatch at that time, back in the early 70s. I met Peter maybe 6 or 7 years ago. He's still alive today. He's in his 90s now, but he's an adventurer type, and I think it's really interesting that he convinced the FBI to test these samples for him. First of all, I'm not totally surprised that it turns out to be deer hair, but it does show me that the FBI has an interest in this, or they wouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. So yeah, is there a conspiracy there? Who knows? I tend to think that when you find hair, especially out in the woods, pretty good chance not Bigfoot. So it's totally possible there's not a conspiracy here, but I think, to your point, the problem I have with DNA is the fact that we don't have any known samples. No one's walked up to a Bigfoot or Sasquatch and plucked the hair out. So it's kind of hard to say. The best we're going to get with DNA is we don't know what it is. It doesn't match anything in our database, which is interesting, but it doesn't really move our mission forward. I don't know. It's debatable, I guess.
Good point, Alan. So we don't have actual Sasquatch DNA, so it's never going to be, positive hit. It's always going to be, inconclusive or unknown. Maybe every time you see inconclusive or unknown, it is hits. Yeah, good point. I want to talk about evidence or the lack thereof in a moment. I was going to ask you if you ever met Peter Byrne, because we're talking about Peter Byrne, the Oregon Bigfoot sighting, 15 hair samples sent to the FBI all the way back 1976. And we just found out recently they came back as deer. So, I mean, the first question is this a major setback for you? This tells you I'm going to pack up my stuff and go home. What does it mean for you? Anything?
No, not really. It's not even a blip on my radar, honestly. I think it's fascinating, from a historical standpoint, but it doesn't really affect me whatsoever. I'm not the DNA chasing kind of guy. I'm really into what we call these contact experiences, where we go out in the woods with our team, or we bring other people and we make contact with whatever it is, something unusual. I mean, we've had, some sightings. I've seen what I think was probably what people call the Sasquatch. But what is it? I don't know. I don't know that that I'm necessarily interested in figuring that out. I think to me, it's the excitement, the chase of the mystery. I think if someone were to come out and say, well, here's Bigfoot in handcuffs, for me, then it's time to be like, okay, I got to move on to something else now.
Yeah, it's more the thrill of the chase. You take people out on these adventures, not necessarily that at the end of the day you're going to have a Bigfoot sighting, but you're out in dark woods, you're out in haunted forests, you're out, I don't know, looking for things. But there have been Bigfoot sightings. This story never goes away, whether we're talking Colorado, Ohio, upstate New York, obviously Oregon, Washington State. Colorado's been in the news recently, particularly Boulder County. Aren't you down in that area? There's been some Sasquatch sightings.
Yep, I am in that area, and I've been involved with some of the investigation. I've talked to a couple of the witnesses. I actually did a hike for the Boulder County Parks and Open Spaces where we took them on one of their properties. We took a group of about 50 people just recently in the last month or so out just to do a little search. That's something that I've really come to love is sharing my love for the mysteries of the unknown with the public. And I do a lot of public events for free. There's nothing that I get out of it other than just I love getting people curious and sharing that and taking people out at night who haven't done things like this before and really getting the public involved with just the fun of it, because it really is it's a beautiful and fun place to go look for Bigfoot. Well, people outside.
Yeah, we'll tell you, Bigfoot's hard to find, but Alan Megargle is not. We'll tell you where to look for him on socials, on YouTube. Trails to the Unknown is really cool. I ran across a podcast you did the other day with Monsters on the Edge, podcast number 52, and I was kind of scared. Here's something interesting. The two main conspiracy theories, I think, with chemtrails set aside, is the government recently released all they knew on aliens, UFOs, Area 51, aliens, and then Bigfoot. What if the two were mashed together? Bigfoot alien connection. You were talking about this on this podcast. Alan, what's going on?
Yeah, back in 2019, my father-in-law, who owns a production company based in Boulder, did a project with him, co-directed, called The Bigfoot Alien Connection Revealed, where we explored that possibility, where we talked to people who had seen Bigfoot, but then other things happened. And it was really fascinating. We were able to go do a follow-up series called The Paranormal Highway, where we went to a lot of these hotspots across the country, about 6 different places and all across the United States, where people see Bigfoot and they have ghost and spirit type encounters, plus they see craft in the sky. So they call these paranormal hotspots, where we were able to go out and investigate these things. And is there a tie? And, I think there's a good possibility that either all of it is connected or all of it is maybe the same thing. It just manifests itself differently. It's really hard to say, but I love the whole mystery, and to be able to wrap it all together is really convenient for me, because I do it all. So why not do it all at the same time?
You seem to me to be the angler that loves to fish but hates to actually catch one. It's all about the fishing, not necessarily hauling one into the boat. That's so interesting. Alan,
I love the view along the way,
Yeah, that's right. Alan Megargle is with us. He's a paranormal filmmaker, well-known Bigfoot researcher. We're talking Bigfoot. Recent evidence released by the FBI. They did hair sampling, found it was just deer hair. So we're back to square one. Square one is that vintage, shaky film of what looks to be Sasquatch, Bigfoot. Is it a fake? Which leads me, tell us what do the experts call that piece of film, number one, and set it up for us. When does it date from? And also the fact, here's what I'm interested in, the fact that we're not going to see any more of that now because of AI. You know what? We're not going to find Bigfoot through a shaky video because it's too easy to fake, Alan. It's so weird. So why is this piece of evidence so important? What is it? What do we call it? And why today is probably we're not going to see another one of those that we can believe.
Yeah. So the piece is called the Patterson-Gimlin film. It's from 1967. It was filmed in Bluff Creek, California by Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. Roger Patterson passed away many, many years ago, I think in the late 70s. But Bob Gimlin's still around. I've met Bob. I know Bob personally. I've heard him tell the story many, many, many times, and it holds water. He's a good old fashioned cowboy. I love the guy. I think he's got a lot of credibility. The footage holds up over time. There's been a lot of debate over it, but nothing conclusive to debunk it. I think there's a lot of proof that, maybe they did get that, diamond in the rough kind of footage, where a once in a lifetime kind of thing. And to your point, not only our modern day video suspect because of AI and things like that, but there's also with YouTube and Facebook Reels and all these different things, there's a huge monetization that's available to people to profit off of making these hoaxed videos. So even if there's some cost involved with special effects and things like that, you could probably make that back with the interest that it will get. So for me, photos and video are it's going to take an awful lot, if it's even possible, to get me excited about those kinds of things. People show me those videos and photos all the time, and all I can say is, who knows? If you believe it, then just accept it then.
Good point. I mean,
for me, it's not it. So
the least likely guy who's going to fall for it, be hoodwinked by a piece of video or a photo, is this guy. This is what Alan does. He knows how easy it would be to fake something, especially for monetary gain. Let's ask on a sort of related note, if we're talking AV, A is the audio portion. Does Bigfoot make any noise? What about an audio proof that we've found Yeti or Sasquatch?
Yeah, they do. I've experienced this myself. It's a really unnerving type thing, but also back in the 70s, which again, for me, gives it a little bit more credibility. Ron Moorhead and Al Berry recorded the Sierra sounds in the Sierra Mountains of California. Those are supposed not just Sasquatch sounds, but Sasquatch language, where Sasquatch is talking with each other or with Ron and his crew. They filmed this out in a very, very remote hunting camp up in the Sierra Mountains. And I've met Ron Moorhead as well. A gentleman named Scott Nelson, who was a Navy linguist, did an extensive analysis on this in, I believe, the late 70s, early 80s, and determined that, yes, it is a language, and no, it doesn't appear to be any kind of language that a human could make. And I've heard these noises when I've been with a small group of my team way out in the middle of nowhere, where we know there's no other people, and we've heard these voices. And this summer we've had a big, I guess, investigation going on in Park County up near the Bailey area, where we inadvertently, we heard these voices, and then we came back the next week and we heard them again, and we sort of inadvertently caught them on our video cameras on the audio. So we've had some analysis done, and we've been back up there many, many, many times now, and we're working on a film project to kind of explain and show people what these sounds sound like and what they could mean. It's very fascinating, and that part of the Bigfoot thing is really fun to me, because sometimes we hear these things and they sound like they're really close. So you wonder, how close are we getting to these things if they really are indeed roaming around out in the Rocky Mountains here?
Yeah, here's the thing about Bigfoot and UFOs and aliens, for that matter, is you'll rarely be able to trust proof positive that there is such a thing, but you'll never get proof negative, like that. You'll never be able to prove the other side, like there is no Bigfoot. How? Show me your evidence. So that's what I asked. I'll have to ask you, Alan, the $64 million question, accounting for inflation. How today, where we get out into great remote stretches of wilderness all the time, camping, fishing, hunting, and whatnot, how do we not have any physical evidence, whether it's scat, tracks, fossil records, and can a species exist in very remote areas and be cagey enough, after all, it is their home, to avoid us? Is that even possible?
Yeah, that is the $1 million question. That's what, I've been spending the last 10 years really trying to explore. And, when you get into this for a while, weird things start to happen, and you start to wonder, is there something more going on? Maybe it's the only way I can answer that question is maybe it's something more than just a big ape running around. Maybe there's some sort of, alien connection or interdimensional aspect to it where it's not here, or it goes to some other realm to die or something like that. Or is it just simply the fact that there's not a lot of them out there? We find, bones and scat and hair from time to time. And who's to say that it couldn't be, Sasquatch? We don't know. To get things like that tested, you need fresh samples, and you need a lot of money, and you need to have people that with labs that are willing to do those kinds of things. So it's not practical for me to test every weird thing that I find in the woods. So, that's the question that I don't know how to answer. And that's the part of the mystery that intrigues me the most.
Yeah. Alan Megargle is with us. Just me, Alan, I think that science itself is not going to necessarily disprove Bigfoot at any given time. Science may be actually useful in proving it. You talked about, weird paranormal things that science might confirm every day. We hear stuff about quantum physics, the idea that time is not in a straight line, it folds over on itself. There can be all kinds of explanations. There's just no end to where that can go, man.
There's a massive rabbit hole if you choose to go down.
You know it.
For sure, yeah.
And that's why YouTube channels like Alan's and these things are so popular. Paranormal filmmaker, Bigfoot researcher Alan Megargle joins us. Alan, where do we find you on the interwebs? Where's the favorite place? If we don't know anything about you and we want to see what you do, where do we go?
Go check out the National Paranormal Network. For right now, that's probably the best place. It's our YouTube channel, but we also have a website, and you can kind of link to everything else there. We do a lot of different things. We've got our production company, our YouTube channel. We run a few different events. We do public events. So there's a lot of information out there, and we keep super busy. So that'd be the best place to check.
I'm checking out, a video of yours, award-winning filmmaker, lecturer, event organizer, paranormal investigator, Bigfoot researcher on IMDb. Alan Megargle joins us this morning. Fascinating stuff. We got to check in with you again one of these days. And
absolutely.
Let us know when you find the Holy Grail. We're waiting.
I sure will.
All right, buddy. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Appreciate it.
Alan Megargle on the show, Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a break. Coming right back at you after these words.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our power every day. With understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, it's so cool to have Alan Megargle with us. He's a Bigfoot researcher, and he's not deterred at all by the recent news in Cowboy State Daily that the FBI finally, after how many years? 50? Almost 50 years, released more information about the 1976 sighting of Bigfoot, where hair samples were sent to the FBI. And the hair samples, it took the FBI, just about 49 years to conclude that the hair samples were not the Bigfoot. They weren't an Oregon-based North American Sasquatch. They were just a species of deer, is what the FBI said in response to Bigfoot researcher Peter Byrne and his request for analysis, DNA analysis, submitted in 1976. At least the FBI got back to Peter Byrne before he died. He's in his 90s now, I think Alan said. Is that a setback for other Bigfoot chasers like Alan? Megargle said, not for me. I'm still looking. And if it should happen that we find Sasquatch, I'm sure this falls under the purview of Andrew Rossi. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily columnist, or Cowboy State Daily journalist who covers outer space. So that would be like sort of a Bigfoot thing. He covers dinosaurs and all things paleontology. So Bigfoot sounds like it would be an Andrew Rossi. Andrew also covers Yellowstone National Park and odd things that happen there. This is right in Andrew's wheelhouse. And I mention Andrew because he's supposed to be on right now. I don't see him. He was here Wednesday and I accidentally ignored him because he wasn't using his real name on Zoom. He was going under an alias and I just bounced him. Oops, we have a bouncer at Cowboy State Daily Show. Not just anybody can pop in to the Zoom corral. But yeah, that was a mistake. Now Andrew's probably pouting and he won't come on today. Watch. Because I do want to talk to Andrew about his recent stories. The big news today from Andrew that all 103 animals rescued from the dude that was hoarding them in horrible conditions, all of them have been adopted. That is great news. Originally, when these animals were taken out of that home in terrible, horrific conditions, officials called it abhorrent conditions. All these animals, I remember the shelter saying some of these dogs or whatever, they may never be adoptable. We may never get them out the door. And yet here, before the end of the year, we got them all adopted. So that is super good news. Didn't see that coming. And here's Andrew. Andrew, great news that we've, the shelter adopted out all the animals in that case, probably because, anytime it's a high profile case like this in the media, people suddenly have room for one more dog, one more tortoise.
Yep, it doesn't get much better than that, but it's also it's a great commendation of everybody within the network that the Cheyenne Animal Shelter works with, because they have a bunch of partner organizations. So If they had the ability, they had an issue with an animal that needed more rehabilitation or couldn't be adopted immediately, and they couldn't keep it at their facility, they knew who they could reach out to get that animal to a better spot where it could potentially find a home or get the help that it needed. So it was a multi-agency effort, but the Cheyenne Animal Shelter deserves the bulk of the credit.
Yeah, good for them. That's a positive spin on what was just a horrible story. Do you know our friends down there at Best Friends down in Kanab, Utah?
I don't actually.
That's what they sort of specialize in, what you were saying. They work with shelters across the country, and if a shelter has an unadoptable or difficult to adopt animal, maybe it has there's some cat feline disease, they'll trade you and they'll work with you. They'll say, we'll take that animal, even if it has to be housed forever, and they'll trade you one you can adopt out there. It's a pretty cool outfit. Best Friends down in Kanab. So
that's terrific. Yeah, I think the benchmark is if you get the tortoise adopted, then everything else is easier from there.
Right? I would think that would be a stretch. That would be your biggest
thinking
lift.
Jake, if I was going to do a tier list of everything I've written for Cowboy State Daily, like how many stories I've written on certain topics, it'd probably be weather at the top, then space, then maybe dinosaurs, and then right after that, tortoises. I've written so many tortoise stories.
Tortoises running away from, yes, I said that, fires or surviving fires, running away from home. Who knew tortoises could get about so much? And then finding a new home. You're all about tortoises. You should be all about Bigfoot. Alan Megargle was just on. He's looking for Bigfoot. When Alan finds him, I'm going to assign you the story. That sounds like you.
I think Bigfoot is Mark's beat, though. I don't want to infringe on his turf.
Wildlife.
Yeah, we've had a discussion about which cryptids are. He's got Bigfoot. I've got the Loch Ness Monster. So we're staying in our lanes on that one.
Every time I so much as bring up Sasquatch, Mark starts laughing. So I'm ready to yank that from him and give it to you, who's going to take it seriously. The tour to Wyoming. I hope we can talk to Amber, please. I made a phone call or I texted, and Amber said, this isn't me. So I got the wrong number. I want to talk to Amber, who organized the tour to Wyoming. It's a big deal.
Well, actually, I spoke to her earlier this week about it, and she didn't organize this one. She said this was the planning committee's work, but she's just excited to be a part of it. Amber's been the tour leader for several years now. I mean, it goes back to 1997, and she's been in charge of organizing this whole thing for a long time. But this time, she let the planning committee do the bulk of the work. And she's just excited to be coming back to Northwest Wyoming because it's a spot they haven't been to in a while. And it's not as much of a loop as it has been in years past. They're going to go this away and then that away, and they're going to try to prioritize spending multiple nights in one spot so people don't have to pack up their things every night as they go to a new place.
Yeah, it sounds like a really bougie version where you're getting fed well, they're carrying your luggage for you. All you got to do is stick 400 miles on the saddle. The 2026 tour to Wyoming sounds exciting. 27th year.
But you don't even have to do that, Jake. That's one of the great things about Tour to Wyoming is that it's becoming one of the best fully supported bike tours in the nation. And if you have to ride, say like the longest day is the 107-mile round trip ride to the east entrance of Yellowstone. So, I mean, that's a trek if you've ever been up that way, especially on a bike. But if you go a certain distance and you've reached your wall or you've just decided you've had enough, you can get a ride back to where you need to go. So you don't even have to bike the entire distance every day. I mean, I imagine most people do that because they want to and they can. But if you're just having a bad day or you get exhausted, someone will come and pick you up. So it really is a fully supported bike tour in that sense.
Well, then perhaps I could do it, but I get tired even driving without cruise control. That kind of distance. Never mind the bike, and I need a functional seat. I can't sit on that little stamp of a saddle.
I can relate.
Anyway, thanks for turning us on to a young lady that the last time I saw her, she was a menace on the ice rink, on the hockey rink. Drea Heineman, she was a Gillette hockey player. I watched her play in Jackson, Pinedale. She was good. But now she's using her brains. They don't use that in hockey. And man, it's so cool what she's doing. Gardening in zero or low gravity. She's like plotting her garden in outer space. Incredible stuff for the UW senior.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible research. And the fact that UW has these unique technologies that allow them to simulate growing plants in low gravity or zero gravity environments is super cool too. And she just took to it really well. She attended the classes and her professor picked her out as somebody who would be really interested and really engaged and capable of handling this experiment. And then the rest is from there. So she's helping solve problems that will make the future of space travel that much more viable. And that's super cool. And I enjoyed her professor said that University of Wyoming is probably the best university in the country to do that kind of research because it's the closest to the moon in terms of elevation.
That's a good one. Yeah, Drea is, she was the first one to admit, and she did admit on the show when we had her on the other day that, she did not like school. She has trouble with the ADHD, like it just, buckling down and at the desk, it doesn't appeal to her. She found her sweet spot, I think, with this kind of horticulture meets NASA. It's so cool. And I did ask her if she saw The Martian, Matt Damon, work on his garden on Mars. She has seen it. Have you seen that movie where he grows potatoes?
Yeah, The Martian is one of my favorites. I love The Martian, but I would argue that what Drea's doing is more impressive than what Matt Damon was doing. Because Matt Damon was... Well, he was growing plants with gravity. He had figured out the soil, and there was actually a lot of water in Mars soil, so he didn't have to work quite as hard as the movie made it out to be. What Drea is doing is figuring out how to solve problems that would be unsolvable otherwise, because the thrust of her research is if they grow the plants in these kind of bags, these pods, and they don't drain, because if you drain out, then you're going to have weird stuff floating around your spaceship. So she has to figure out how to get salt or mitigate the salt buildup in those pods so that the plants can grow healthier. They don't lose a lot of their nutrients. And I'd argue that's much more difficult and much more fascinating than being able to grow potatoes and Martian soil. So as much as I love The Martian, again, it's one of my favorite movies, I think Drea's research is infinitely more fascinating.
Hear that, Drea? Matt Damon's got nothing on you. You're the true scientist. Drea said, the biggest challenge of growing stuff in for instance, at a space station is the accumulation of salt. She's really made it her focus to get rid of the salt out of the plant. It's just high-tech stuff. I'm so happy for her and to find out that UW has anything like this going on. It's crazy. Rescuing stuff. Let's talk about one last thing, Andrew. My takeaway from the horse rescue, this dumb horse that had to go eat some stuff in a ditch in Colorado, and he got stuck, and they couldn't get him out, and they finally, my takeaway is, don't try to do it all yourself, Mr. Farmer, Mr. Rancher. If you get a horse or wildlife stuck in a pond or in a ditch or whatever, there are experts who know how to do this. This is not their first rodeo. Been there, done that with large animal rescue.
Yeah, I think a lot of ranchers have the mentality that they have to do everything themselves. That's going back to the days where they did have to do everything themselves. They didn't have anyone to call on. But, this is the 21st century. So fire departments, and I think that's the key takeaways, that if you call your local fire department when your cow or your horse is in a ditch, or you just have some problem like that, or they're stuck in the middle of a frozen pond, which seems to happen a lot. That's a story I'm writing, another story about that I'm writing this weekend. When you have these problems, if the fire department can't solve it, they will know somebody who has the resources or the ability to solve it, and they will get in touch. So ranchers don't have to do these things on their own. They don't have to strategize. They don't have to put their own lives in danger to save their livestock. Somebody will know what to do. And if you call your fire department, they will be able to coordinate that. Either they'll come out themselves with all the gear they need, or they'll be able to find somebody who has the equipment for that specific circumstance. You don't have to do it alone anymore.
Yeah, they're so good at that. Just make one call and let the pros take it. They know somebody who's got the harness, the chain, the forklift, all the stuff you're going to need. They've done it before. Andrew, you're the best, man. Stay out of the weather. A little bit of weather coming. I-80. winter weather advisory down around Evanston. You don't want to be driving I-80 right now or this weekend, really. Try not to.
Well, as long as the route the Casper's clear, because we've got a Christmas party to go to.
Oh, that's right. That's tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
You're my proxy. I got a wedding to DJ tomorrow, believe it or not.
No excuses.
I know. Yeah, have fun and drink my share of beer or whatever you got to do.
Quick question, though, Jake. Will Clyde the Buffalo be at that wedding?
Clyde the Oh! I should ask you that.
I don't know. I heard he was coming back into town, so maybe.
That is the most famous buffalo, the most famous bison. He was the one that had the arrows sticking out of him in Yellowstone, right? That had to be him.
I imagine it was.
Yeah. I don't know. We're going to need a big trailer. We do know that if somehow on the way there or back he's stuck in something, that we can get him out. Don't try to handle that yourself. Learn from Andrew.
Keep me posted on that.
All right, buddy. Have fun at that party. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And really good to have Andrew on and talk about his stories. He introduced us to Drea Hyman. Great story about that scientist. All the animals rescued in that hoarding case, they all found a safe home. Really good news. Tour to Wyoming hits next year, July 2026, where an exclusive 250 cyclists will bike 400 miles in Wyoming. Can't beat the setting. All those stories from Andrew Rossi. Top of the hour news now for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side 6 minutes from now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A trucker accused of shooting at a pickup with a child inside claims the pickup driver actually fired first in a road rage incident. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports a judge found probable cause Wednesday to send this case to district court on multiple felony charges, and the defendant chose to testify. A rare decision.
I don't recall seeing it in the preliminary hearings I have covered. And that's because at that phase of the case, the defense attorney has very little information. He hasn't gone through discovery yet. He hasn't gotten his arms around the constitutional situation yet. And so it's rare, it's unprecedented, but it's also a bold move.
59-year-old Rabindranath Bunsi faces 1 count of attempted second-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of reckless driving, 2 counts of reckless endangerment, 1 count of property destruction, and an 8th count of using a radar detector. Wyoming's leaders, past and present, are mourning the loss of former Superintendent of Public Instruction Judy Catchpole, who passed away Thursday at the age of 81. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reports that Catchpole is remembered for her boundless energy, sense of humor, and advocacy for children.
She was truly a happy person. Every single person I spoke to, governors today, senators today, leaders of all sorts, regular people who knew Judy well, they all said the same thing. She was genuinely happy. She was funny. She just brought joy to wherever she went. She was so different than other politicians. She's one of those people where if you saw her in a store, you would go seek her out and you would go give her a hug because you knew she was genuinely happy to see you.
I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
Wyoming runs on community, and it's powered by people like you. Know someone who always steps up? Nominate them for the Governor's Spirit of Service Award presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon. Let's celebrate the volunteers who make a difference every single day. Head to servewyoming.org to nominate a local hero today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After being rescued from what officials called an abhorrent hoarding situation 2 months ago, the Cheyenne Animal Shelter has found homes for all 103 animals that were rescued. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the ability to get over 100 pets placed is an amazing achievement.
Yeah, none of the 103 animals rescued from the hoarding situation back in October are at the Cheyenne Animal Shelter now. They've either been adopted or they've been sent to other facilities where they can receive treatment and care and rehabilitation to get them ready for adoption. They had a giant mastiff that got flown to Idaho, and within 2 weeks of reaching his new foster family in Idaho, he was adopted as well. So it's a really tremendous accomplishment for everyone involved. I mean, you can't really be prepared to take on that many animals, let alone that many animals who need urgent care, and then have them all in better spots within 2 months. That's really something.
Kayla Hahn with the Cheyenne Animal Shelter tells Cowboy State Daily that quails were the last of the 103 rescued animals to find a home. Cheyenne's Outlaw Saloon is part dive bar, part honky-tonk, and known for hosting music, boxing, and even little people wrestling. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports the landmark bar is closing this weekend after the bank foreclosed on it to recover $1.7 million owed.
The Outlaw Saloon is closing this weekend on Monday at 10 a.m. Bank is having an auction or closure sale for the Outlaw Saloon. It's only been called the Outlaw since about 2019 when the current owners bought it. But for decades before, it was called Cowboy South. At one point, they had 3 working bars and a bowling alley.
The Outlaw Bar was bought by Curtis and Shelby Croughton and their limited liability company Bullseye Operations. It's been the go-to hangout in Cheyenne since the early 1970s. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a fine late Friday. I'm Jake. She's Jillian. Jillian Balow's with us. And it's so cool to talk to you. It's weird that you're not Superintendent of Public Instruction in Wyoming. I forever will know you as that. But we have Megan Degenfelder now, who I talk to regularly. She's so cool. And we had the GOAT. Judy Catchpole. Oh, man, that's who we're talking about. Jillian Balow, she knows what it takes. She did the job. She was Superintendent of Public Instruction from 2015 through 2022. And Judy, back in mid-90s through early aughts. Yeah, Judy, just sad news to hear, but what a lady, huh?
What a lady. And what I remember about her and first time meeting her was she was campaigning. I was teaching in Gillette, and her slogan was Catch Pull for Kids.
Oh, nice.
It was a quick meeting, and I was starstruck, of course, meeting a nominee for the Office of State Superintendent of Public Instruction. But I had seen her signs all over town, Catch Pull for Kids, Catch Pull for Kids. And once we started working together and she supported me in my campaign, she told me the story about how that came together. And she pulled the neighborhood kids together to help her paint campaign signs on the street. And she was like, what's my slogan? What's my slogan? and they were watching the kids in the neighborhood. And one of her friends, who's a dear friend of hers, said, "How about Catch Pole for Kids?" And so that's how it was born, and that's what will forever be branded in our minds.
It's such a Judy thing. I mean, everybody points to her energy, her sense of humor. I mean, she took things seriously, but didn't take things seriously. Like something like that, she would totally let a kid run her campaign. Like, you got it, Catch Pole for Kids. Yeah, and by the way, when she was chair for Megan Degenfelder's campaign, she also tried to float that idea, Catch Pole for Kids. But of course, Megan said, that's not going to work. My last name. No.
I know. I kept thinking Balow for boys and girls.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. You started your teaching career. You've been in education pretty much all your life from Hewlett. Who's in Hewlett?
Yeah, so I taught for 8 years in Hewlett and a couple years in Gillette, which is my hometown.
Yeah.
And then moved down to Cheyenne and started working for the Department of Education. At that time, it was Jim McBride. And earlier this morning, you talked about the two people who are in between us, and that was Trent Blankenship and Jim McBride.
Okay. So let me ask.
And there was Cindy Hill also. She was elected.
Cindy Hill. Let me ask, Superintendent of Public Instruction, what it is you can affect in education. And I know there were common themes between what Judy was doing, what you did, what Megan wants to continue. A lot of it is bringing decisions back to the state. That's important. Some of it is recognizing there are school options beyond public school. There are charter schools, private school. Yeah. So what did you like when you were doing the job? What did you try to also continue from Judy's reign? And what do you like that Megan Degenfelder is doing now? How are we doing?
Yeah, well, first of all, what I liked most was always having Judy at the other end of the phone line. I think Judy might have been one of the last holdouts in the entire world with an AOL email address. She was not great about checking her email. She was not great about texting, but she'd answer your call and she'd call you. And so, you know, Judy really changed the face of the office. She became an influencer and an ambassador for education. And I think both Megan and I have really followed in those footsteps during our time. This is an unprecedented time in education as authority returns to the states. And that gives school districts and communities and parents flexibility with funding, flexibility with how education looks in their community at the state level. And Judy's governance style was all about that, right? She was all about traveling around the state and talking to folks, and as an elected official, really took on the mantra that she serves all of Wyoming. She serves all kids, and that's what she did with dignity and kindness, a lot of self-deprecation, a lot of humor, and zero judgment and meanness.
Again, sounds so Judy, like Judy Catchpole. We're remembering her. Jillian Balow is on. Jillian, you I forgot to I have a little Judy Catchpole. You probably can't see it, but on the final video product, I have a photo of her in loving memory, Judy Catchpole. Jillian, let me ask you what you're doing nowadays. I know you were super over in Virginia for a little bit. Are you back in Wyoming now? You're in the private sector. What are you doing?
Yep, I'm back in Wyoming. I worked for a couple of years as a chief strategy officer for a company, an assessment and measurement company, and learned a lot about the for-profit side of education. And just recently I struck out and I'm doing consulting work. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, this is an unprecedented time to be an ambassador for education, to help states usher in this vision for reform that we have, that the U.S. Department of Education expects states to have, right now. And, the truth is that a lot of states, Wyoming, somewhat excluded from this, but a lot of states have a vision, but they don't have the capacity to bring that to life. So I'm really hoping to help with that. And I have to say that there's not a day that I don't have Judy in mind when I do that. When she left office, she did nothing but support and influence and offer help and wisdom in all the right places across the nation. She was an ambassador for a number of companies, including NAPE, which is one our nation's report card assessment. And she traveled from state to state and helped states make meaning of what that data meant. And so, I think as a former state superintendent, certainly that's what I continue to try to do every day, is influence and help continue to just bring great education visions to life as a consultant. And there's so much going on in education right now, and so much potential that states have and may see, like Wyoming, wonderful work in literacy and career and technical education, but may need that boost to get that implemented and over the finish line and build coalitions around that. Other states are in the same boat. Some are really pushing back and saying, we're just going to be the holdout. We're not going to do much changing. And that's not going to work. Education has changed. The power of education has gone back to the states, the communities, families, parents, and schools.
Jillian Balow with us as we remember Judy Catchpole. Both were former superintendents of public instruction in Wyoming, and the mission never ends. As Jillian said, if you're a leadership in education, that's a lifelong calling. For Judy, it was. I mean, when she hung up her spurs in 2003, she went on to be UW advisor board, several statewide education committees, and it's just, it's all about education. It's super important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jillian, don't be a stranger. We got to have you on. Whatever you're doing, let us know what you're doing and come pop on.
I'd love it, Jake. It was a pleasure and great to see you. And thanks so much for having me on. And God bless Judy and the Catchpole family.
You bet. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Cowboy State Daily, Jillian Balow, remembering Judy Catchpole. She passed yesterday, age of 81. We'll be right back with more.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, I'll make you something to eat, okay? we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay. So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Finally Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Big thanks to Jillian Balow for joining us. That's a little blast from the past. Superintendent of Public Instruction from 2015 to 2022. She then went on to take the same role in Virginia for a little bit. Now she's back in Wyoming, where it all started. And she remembers fondly Judy Catchpole. Catchpole for kids. Such a Judy thing. To come up with a election campaign that was cooked up by kids. Like, that sounds like Judy. Totally would do that. Superintendent of Public Instruction now, currently, Megan Degenfelder, said of hearing of Judy Catchpole's passing, said, "I am heartbroken to learn of the passing of former state super Judy Catchpole. I first met Judy when I was a high school student interested in getting involved in the state Republican Party," said Superintendent Degenfelder. "She became a mentor for me throughout my life, including serving as chair of my campaign when I ran for state superintendent." She also was involved in the campaign for Jillian Balow, as we learned. So Judy just kept on keeping on. Her impact, Degenfelder said, on education and Wyoming politics will continue forever. My prayers with Glenn, Glenda, Fred, Katie, the entire family during this difficult time. We're all missing Judy Catchpole. Coming up, we're going to talk about mapping. On X, this super popular mapping app on X. I have used it. I'm a Garmin guy. I can't get away from the Garmin. But I like on X what I've used of it. It's really cool. It's a way for those of you taking in the show from outer space or somewhere else who don't understand what the need for OnX and GPS mapping. Most folks, when they think of mapping, they think of the map in your car, in your vehicle that tells you how to get from this town to that town. What if mapping was like off grid? I mean, how do I get over this river and through these woods to grandmother's house? How do I get over this mountain? That kind of mapping is what we do in Wyoming. This is the kind of map that Bigfoot would read. Like, where do I go to hide from the humans in the middle of the forest? OnX mapping. And primarily it lets you know simply whether you're on public or private land. That's crucial, believe me. If you're walking around carrying a rifle wearing blaze orange, chasing wapiti, you're going to want to know whether you're on public land or private land. You're going to want to be sure of it. And that's where OnX and these mapping apps come in handy. And OnX is really the Bible. It's the go-to for everybody I know in Wyoming who's an outdoor enthusiast. They all love the OnX. So we're going to have Becky on. Becky on Cowboy State Daily on X. Becky has been with on X for, I think, like the last 4 years. And she's going to talk about some of their initiatives, what they're doing, why Onyx is important today, as it's always has been. Becky Marcelliano will be on the show in just a moment. And this topic has been in the news. In fact, right after Becky, we're going to have Griffin Post on. Griffin just finished up a new documentary called Inaccessible that deals with this whole thing of public-private land. If you want to go... Griffin was more interested in skiing, but it pertains to anything, hunting, fishing, using your backcountry, using your land, taxpayers, Americans. Griffin, the whole movie Inaccessible is about fighting for your public land. And I'll be excited to talk to him. This issue has come to light recently, certainly in Wyoming, for the corner crossing incident, the corner crossing case. We talked about that yesterday, all week, really. And then more recently, the hunting outfit, the hunters that accessed some public land for their elk hunt that was completely landlocked, surrounded by private land. Well, what good is public land where you're allowed to go hunt or fish or do whatever? What good is that land if you can't get to it? So some have taken to hiring a helicopter pilot to get them into the land and back out. Seems extreme. I'm surprised there's not a right-of-way kind of issue. You know, if private land is surrounded by public land, when that's the case, the government makes a right of way so the private landowner can access his or her property. But it doesn't seem to be the case when it's flipped the other way. When public land is completely surrounded by, landlocked by private land, there's no way in other than, I guess, helicoptering in or parachuting in. It's interesting stuff, and it begins with knowing where you are, and that's where your Onyx comes in handy. Just knowing what kind of land you're on, whether it's public or private, knowing exactly where you are. That's what Onyx does. Onyx talks to the satellites. The satellites say, oh, yeah, we found you on Earth. You're right here, exactly, within feet or yards, and it's pretty cool. I love Onyx. I love technology like that lets you know where you are. If not for that, I wouldn't be talking to you today. There's been plenty of times I was on a, 20-mile hike where I had no idea where I was. I don't have the greatest sense of direction. I'm sort of good. But yeah, I can remember on horseback being lost for hours, like all day. And if not for some kind of gizmo that told me where I was and more importantly, where I parked the truck, I would not be here. I would still be walking around in the woods. Perhaps a Bigfoot victim by now. So, crucial stuff. Yeah, Onyx and apps like that. Like I said, I do the Garmin thing. I don't know if I'm going to admit that to Becky because she works for Onyx, but I might. What else is happening? Because I don't see Marcelliano. Becky, she, I think, is in our time zone. I'm pretty sure she's in either Salt Lake or Missoula. Last I heard, I think she was in Salt Lake City. And before that, Missoula. So there's no time zone excuse. There she is. All right. I think is all right. Becky, you have us on in the background, as they say in the radio business. Okay. Becky, what's going on? I was just talking up on X how much I like the concept. Now, I got a full disclosure. I don't do the Onyx. I do Garmin, but it's we're talking about technology that lets you know where you are. Onyx is the go-to for everybody in the state of Wyoming, except maybe me. Onyx is huge. How did it grow so fast? You must have done that.
Oh gosh, I don't think I can take credit for that, but I'm just one puzzle piece of many. But thanks for having me on this morning, Jake. It's a pleasure to be here and excited to talk about mapping and the film and access to our public land. So how did we grow so fast? Gosh, I think it was a combination of things. We really helped kind of reinvent the market with our apps. To take a step back in how Onyx started, our founder, as the legend goes, he got lost one night after hunting, and he eventually found his way back to his truck. But that experience stuck with him and inspired him to build a tool that would show hunters accurate location data as well as public and private land boundaries. And so we started Onyx in his house, building GPS chips by hand, actually. And then in 2013, with the rise of smartphones, Onyx then launched our Onyx Hunt app, which really is what changed the industry. So I think that was one thing that set us up for that growth success is really being disruptive and providing hunters comprehensive and up-to-date digital maps really in the palm of their hands. They knew where to go, where they were, and most importantly, how to get back home.
Yeah.
That's kind of or go ahead.
The first thing most Onyx users do is they park the truck and trailer, and before they even saddle up, they click, this is where I am. You put that down on your map. So for those folks who have no idea, the only mapping you do is in your car. What interstate do I use to get from this town to this town? Onyx is the deal, man. Like, we need it. It talks to satellites. Satellites tell us exactly where we are, where home is, where the camp is, all that kind of stuff. Onyx, so cool. We're talking to Becky Marcelliano. She's the senior brand manager over at Onyx for the last 4 years. How do you like that job? Pretty fun?
Super fun. I feel very lucky and have a lot of gratitude every day for the purpose-driven role that I get to be a part of at Onyx every day. I've been a marketer in the outdoor industry for quite a lot of years, a decade or more now. But really my sweet spot, or what I love to do most, is help build brands and engage our customers in initiatives that tie back to our shared values. And at Onyx, that is land access, that is stewardship, conservation. So to me, it's the most fun part of building a brand and really living the values of a company and pulling along our whole customer base with it. So I do very much love my job every single day.
Not to get all spiritual on everybody, but Onyx can be applied to life. It helps you choose your best line in life or on the trail. And I think for at least Becky, if I can speak for her, she's achieved the righteous flow state we're all hoping to get to with Onyx. Becky, so let's talk about the issue of the day, from corner crossing, which is sort of yesterday's news, to now the idea that some public lands can be landlocked. Some lands that you and I can go hunt on, ski on, fish on, camp on, we can't get to it. I mean, it might as well not exist if there's no access. For one thing, we have to know if we can get to this land, whether we're doing it legally, properly. That's where Onyx comes in. The access and stewardship program at Onyx, I want to talk about that. Go ahead, Becky. Talk about that and what it is. And public-private land. That's the news of the day.
Yeah, I'll start with a little bit about our program, and then we can dive into this meaty topic. Public land access has been a part of Onyx's DNA from the very beginning. Eric Siegfried, our founder, really rooted that within the company, and it has grown within the company from there. We now have a very established access and stewardship program, as we call it, and we have a small but mighty team that really leads the charge there. But so many people touch that work across the entire company, from our engineers who build access features into our apps, and our geospatial team that helps us run analyses that can help bring information to the public and so on. So we have a few key pillars really root the program. One is our is our Adventure Forever grant program. And this is our philanthropic arm. We set aside a bucket of money every year that we can donate to on-the-ground projects and organizations, land trusts who, they're the local experts. They know what trails need to be repaired or what land acquisitions will help open access. And so we fund a lot of those orgs, and that is really kind of the foundation of what we do. We want to make sure that we're walking the talk and giving back in a philanthropic way. We also do a lot with customer engagement, and that can come in a lot of ways. Sort of two main parts here. We love to engage our customers in volunteerism. There's nothing better to kind of help inspire lifelong stewardship than spending a Saturday out there slinging tools and moving rocks and rebuilding trails and building fences and all of that great stuff. So this past year, we ran a whole series of those projects to get our customers out. And then we also really like to engage our customers in the advocacy side of things, right? To really, figure out what our commonalities and shared values are and engage our customers in signing petitions and getting loud and calling our lawmakers so that when push comes to shove and legislation is on the line, we can all rally together to help create change or protect public land sell-off or so on. So those are just a couple of the things. And then we also have all of this incredible data at our fingertips, right? Like that's onX's superpower. That's our point of difference in the market is we have thousands, millions of these data points. And when we think about how do we use that data for good, we can put our geospatial analysis team to work and help create maps that make things really visibly simple to the public and inform, and so that then can really help create change and influence what's happening on the Hill. So I'll stop there. That's a few of the things that we do within our Access and Stewardship program.
We're talking to Becky Marcelliano with onX. So Becky, let's step back and talk about the data, the guts of it. What is the soul of onX? And talk a little bit, it's probably the tech team we should have, but you're the brand. We have you on, so you're it. And tell us how it works, for the average person. I know, with technology, I don't know if you help Elon Musk shoot a satellite into outer space. I think the government has allowed more access to their location satellites, to their GPS satellites. So your device is pinging off satellites. I'm sure that's some kind of costly thing that some brainiacs at onX had to figure out how to do. And then the mapping. There's so many data points. There's so many, for instance, you might ask, like, is it okay to camp here? And onX would say, yeah, this is a popular campsite. It's legal. Like, how does it all work, onX? And it works on your phone, yes?
It does work on your phone. It also works on your desktop, on a web map browser. So, and those two things talk to each other within your onX account, which is wonderful, right? If you want the bigger screen to really route plan, figure out where to camp, and just be able to look at it with a larger visual, that's great. And then, plan your route, drop your waypoints, all of that good stuff. And then of course that translates into your phone when you're out in the field. But yes, so first I'll caveat, I'm not an expert in GPS technology or how all the nuance of our apps work, but I'll do my best to tell you what I know. Yes, we do work with GPS technology. So that does mean that we're pinging to satellites in the sky, right? And that is, what a technology we have today to even be able to do that. It's just so powerful. And there's lots of technology and user interfaces that are working on those same satellites. And there's also a small margin of error that comes with that with GPS technology that we can get into in a bit. And when we, if we want to talk about what makes something like corner crossing just so complicated out there. But yeah, our maps are built with thousands, millions of data points and layers of information that are what make it so unique. And that data comes from, the land management agencies at the federal government, all the way down to a local mountain bike club and everything in between. And so a lot of what we have is continuously updating from those sources. And then a lot of it is our content teams, our data teams, building out those things in a very manual way, which is what makes a lot of our data proprietary. So all of that is working together to provide the experience that you have in your hand. And just one other thing to note there, our Onyx Hunt app was our first app. That's where we started.
Yeah.
And still very much, a huge part of the heart and soul of Onyx. We also have an Onyx off-road app now, and a backcountry app, which serves all human-powered users from hikers, mountain bikers, backcountry skiers. And then we have recently entered the fish market as well, which has launched in the Midwest. So we kind of cover the gamut there, and each one of those apps is purpose-built for that user, which is also just enables us to really keep authenticity and provide each of those with exactly the right features that user needs when they're in the field.
Find out more, research it yourself, onyxmaps.com. We're talking to Becky. Two more things, Becky. When it comes to advocacy for our rights to access our public land, and this leads us into what Griffin Post is doing in the movie. We're going to have Griffin on in a moment. What can Onyx bring to the table uniquely? There's plenty of folks out there, outdoor-minded, retailers like REI, Patagonia, plenty out there fighting for our access to public lands. So is Onyx, the mapping software. So what makes Onyx uniquely positioned to fight the good fight of making sure we can get to our public lands and enjoy them?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in addition to the data that we have at our fingertips that is unique, we also have a vast customer base and audience that can help set us apart in the space. Because we build apps for all of those different user types, that gives us an opportunity to speak authentically to the vast outdoor community from hunters to rock climbers. And that enables us to pull everyone together to figure out where our commonalities lie, our shared values, and unite. And that's what we saw as such a success when we do all come together, like we saw earlier this year with the advocacy that the broad outdoor industry did together to fight public lands and pull them out of the budget reconciliation process, for example. So that we're just uniquely positioned to speak to everyone all at once and rally people together. And we're much larger of a force when we're able to do that.
Yeah, I imagine your database of users, if you're subscribing to Onyx, chances are it's preaching to the choir when we're talking about accessing public land. We already know that's your jam. You like to get out there. Yeah, that makes sense. What was your role? Did you have any role in the film? We're going to have Griffin on in a moment. He's a professional skier, writer, advocate, filmmaker. He produced something called Inaccessible. We're going to play the trailer in just a bit. It's really cool. What did you have a role in this, Onyx and Griffin's movie?
Yeah, I did. Me and my colleague, Molly Steckline, and Griffin, the three of us were really co-produced this film. So the three of us were in it from the very beginning. And Griffin will tell you his story, of course, but he really came to us with this idea that rooted back to, because he's a hunter and a backcountry skier, he was quite familiar with the notion of the topic of inaccessible public lands. But he came to us and said, gosh, what a conundrum it would be to attempt to, navigate a route and find big ski lines amongst this 2D checkerboarded pattern, which is invisible in the field, but of course you can see it in our maps. And what happens when you overlay that with a high alpine, 3D environment? And it's hard enough to find safe ski lines in the field when you're out there thinking about snowpack and conditions and all of that. And then it's like, oh, wow, I also need to think about this invisible checkerboarding out there. So that's where it all began, and we worked with Griffin super closely all along the way to bring this project to life. So we're all really proud of it. It was, about 18 months in the making, and I'll let Griffin talk more about the nuance of it and just the challenge of what it was like to be out there in the crazy mountains trying to find good ski lines to make a ski film.
I'm excited to see it, learn more about it. Griffin Post, Inaccessible. He'll be on in just a minute. One last thing for you, Becky. Onyx never rest, whether it's Onyx Hunt, you brought us off-road, backcountry fish. What's next in the new year, 2026 for Onyx? What are you busy doing?
Yeah, well, I don't know what's next as far as will there be another app or not. Time will tell.
Yeah.
But what will I be focusing on? I think just continually thinking about how do we create impact as a brand. That is super important to us, and we never want to let that rest. So, we'll be doing more of what we know is working, and that's engaging our customers and heading to DC and being a part of these conversations and encouraging our customers to continue to learn how to be stewards and mentor others in that endeavor and get out there to volunteer and give back. So just continually to live and drive the programs on which our Access and Stewardship program is built, and just keep going. I think we get a little bit bigger and better every single year, and we'll just stay the course.
Becky Marcelliano with OnX, Senior Brand Manager, Advocacy with the program. And I can't imagine, when I picture OnX and the whole crew there's no way you guys are in cubicles. You work outside, right? Like your office, you have no roof, no walls, like you're just outdoors. Like,
oh, that's cute. But I mean, some people work from vans and campsites and otherwise. But I'm in my home office for sure. But we are scattered all over the country.
Well, get out there as often as you can, and make sure you take your OnX with you. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you, Jake.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily. We're going to have Griffin on right after this quick break. We'll be right back.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. No duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is "My job is people, everyone is my business." But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Parcels of public lands surrounded by private land. There's no way to get to them.
It's all private. Is it all private? Yeah.
Across the U.S., there's over 16 million acres of inaccessible public lands.
We've split them up. We've made them impossible to get into.
People can't access, in essence, what is their birthright as an American citizen.
Realize what's at stake.
The treasures are found on our public lands, and if we don't have access to them, we are impoverished.
I think it's pretty simple, man. Protect what you love. And if you love public land, then fight for it.
And if we all collectively working together as one.
Just a little bit of the trailer of the Public Lands film that this guy, our next guest, put together. I'm so excited to see it. I think it premieres this weekend, maybe down in Colorado. Griffin can tell us. Griffin Post is with us. He's a professional skier, movie producer, writer, advocate. And we're talking about the movie, the documentary, Inaccessible. And we just had Becky from Onyx on. Griffin, hand in hand, perfect back-to-back guests. These are two folks who probably know where they are at any given moment, thanks to time. Griffin, where are you? And welcome to the show. I know where you are. You're right here with us.
Yeah, Jake, thanks so much for having me on. I'm a professional skier based in Jackson, Wyoming. And actually right now I'm on the road in Colorado, but heading back to Wyoming today. So
travel safe. Got a little bit of snow. I'm in Jackson right now, down in the Hoback. So yeah, we got some snow that makes the skiers happy. Let's talk about Inaccessible. Is it premieres in Boulder early next week? When and where can we see it if we miss the premiere, for one thing?
Yep, we're premiering next Tuesday, December 9th in Boulder. And then if you can't make the premiere, following day, Tuesday or Wednesday, December 10th, it'll be online, onyxmaps.com/inaccessible.
I asked Becky from Onyx how the relationship came to be. Let's hear your story and see if they match up, Griffin. How did you, what was the idea? I mean, certainly there is great passion about accessing our public land. My goodness, we've seen it come up in politics. We've seen it come up in legal issues in Wyoming, certainly with corner crossing, the fact that there's some land that's landlocked by private land. It may as well not exist if we can't get to it. But more, you got to know where you are. That's Onyx role first. It's up to you to be responsible to know what land you're on. But then, being able to be an advocate for public land, being able to get out there and camp, fish, hunt, ski, whatever we want to do. It's taxpayer land. It's our land. And how do people are really passionate about it, Griffin. Where did the idea come to make Inaccessible, and how'd you hook up with Onyx and all that?
Yeah, so I was actually speaking on a panel with Onyx 3 years ago, and I was a representative from the ski community. There was somebody from Hunt and Fish and somebody from the off-road community. And Becky was moderating, actually, and she went around and asked everybody what their group did to preserve access for other groups. And hunters and anglers, of course, had a great response. The off-road representative had a great response. When it got to me as a skier, I didn't have as good of a response, and because skiers traditionally don't show up to the table the way those other groups do. And that got me thinking, like, as a hunter, I'm really familiar with access issues, property boundaries, and just the legacy of conservation that they have. And that kind of sparked the idea of, like, what if the ski community, the backcountry community, the foot power community showed up in a similar way that these other groups did? And that got the wheels spinning. I reached out to Becky and Molly at Onyx, kind of pitched this idea of highlighting these 16 million acres of inaccessible public land to my community and trying to get them kind of involved in the conversation and showing up to the table the way other user groups do.
Yeah, certainly you think about accessing public land for camping, fishing, hunting, skier, not so much. In my mind, skiers, all they're thinking about when it comes to maybe mapping something is picking the best line down Glory. But backcountry skiers, Griffin, is it important, Onyx and mapping and being on public land, accessing public land for skiers, it's also part of the conversation.
Absolutely. And I think we take it for granted a little bit, but we wouldn't be able to do what we do, whether you're a recreational skier or a professional skier, without that access to public land. And it's interesting with, all the avalanche courses and comparing that to a hunter's education course where conservation has kind of ingrained into that. And that stewardship element in hunting is there from pretty much day one. Whereas in avalanche courses and other educational, like backcountry courses, it's not emphasized as much. And I think like that stewardship should be discussed from, your first day out in the backcountry.
Yeah, and it's really not. It's kind of like underplayed. Griffin Post is talking to us. He's behind the documentary Inaccessible, premieres next Tuesday in Boulder. You can also see it online. We'll tell you again how. Griffin, you're not just a one-dimensional. You're not just a skier. You also hunt. You have more than one reason to get into public access, public land. What is the documentary feature? Is it like 100% skiing? Is there some other user groups? What is your jam? You're talking about getting public land for many reasons, whatever your thing is.
Yeah, so as a skier, the film is definitely ski-centric. I'd say it's probably 80%, but we also tie in, myself and Eric Jackson, another athlete in the film. We're both passionate hunters, and the role that's played in shaping our view of public lands and stewardship. And I think it's been a cool message to bring to the ski community, and especially whether it's corner-locked or inaccessible public land. The only reason, or the main reason I'm so aware of these access issues is from hunting and fishing. And I think as hunters and anglers, we really pay attention to those private property lines and those access issues. And it's just, it's wild. 16 million acres. That's a pretty incomprehensible amount of public land that we can't get to. And I think as the last several months have shown us, like, people want to show up and defend those places. And so that's been a really validating process as we've kind of brought this film to life.
Yeah, and this film, not that there's anything wrong with TGR ski porn. We all love that, man, some powder shots. But this film is really going to make you think. What do you hope people take away after they see Inaccessible and walk out of there and say, maybe you want them to get involved, stay involved, get engaged with, fighting the fight for public access, for access to public land.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just creating a deeper awareness amongst my community, and also just provide those options to show up, those kind of inspire people to, have that responsibility for protecting access, not only for themselves, but for future generations. And showing up looks like a lot of different ways. It might just be, talking to that user that you don't usually interact with at the trailhead, whether that's a snowmobiler, dirt biker, mountain biker, climber, all these different user groups. Like, we want the same thing. Like, that the public lands that access is so critical, no matter who you are or what lens you view public land through. Like, that emotion at the end of the day, when you're back at the trailhead, like, it's pretty similar. It's that, like, exhausted. Yeah, it's just, that's something that's worth protecting, and, like, to have that drive to show up, and also that respect for other user groups and what they're doing, and that appreciation, because if we all showed up to protect public lands together, we'd be a force to be reckoned with.
And boy, did we show up when you saw it made national news. Obviously, I don't know if maybe people back east can understand the West, at least west of the Mississippi, these great Western states where so much of the land in the state is federal land, is public land. It's for a great reason. It's why we're here, Griffin, me, others, because there's a lot of it, and we want to make sure that stays a lot of it, and that our voice, I think, was heard when you saw a recent political movement to maybe sell off some of that federal land. Boy, it got noisy.
It sure did, and that was it was really refreshing to see the people that normally aren't talking about that sort of things, that aren't as engaged.
Yeah,
they were showing up. They were, whether it was posting on social media or calling their representatives. It hit a sensitive spot across a lot of different people, and it was cool to see, especially my friends that, as I said, that's not normally their jam. Like, they were engaging, being involved, and it was just a cool moment of cohesion.
Yeah, definitely. It activated a lot of people. It hit a lot of people. Professional skier, movie producer, director Griffin Post, Inaccessible, premieres in Boulder next Tuesday. Where can we see it online? I'm not going to make it. I'm going to be in Jackson skiing powder, Griffin. So are you. Where do we see it online? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to check it out December 10th online, onxmaps.com/inaccessible.
Excellent. I like it. Thanks for everything you do on behalf of all of us who want to get into the backcountry. As long as there is a backcountry, your public land, however you like to use it. You want to fish in it, camp in it, hike in it, hunt in it, ski it. You're all good, man. More the merrier. There's a lot of room on that bandwagon, eh, Griffin?
There sure is, for sure.
How was it fun making the film? Was a lot of editing, shooting? Like, what was it like? Did it come together pretty easily?
It came together pretty well. I mean, filming in the backcountry is always a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Just with snow conditions, weather, avalanche safety, and then you throw this element of public lands and navigating private property boundaries on top of 5 feet of snow. And so it was an extra challenging production, but that was kind of the whole point too. We knew it was going to be difficult going into it, and we did it because it was difficult, not in spite of it.
Love it. Hey, thanks a lot. Have a great weekend. Travel safe.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. That is Griffin Post, in the film Inaccessible debuts in Boulder next Tuesday. If you miss it, December 10th, beginning December 10th, get on the OnX website and look for that. That's going to be pretty cool. Just the trailer, I like it. All of us love access to our public land. We want to make sure it stays that way. Boy, our lawmakers heard us, didn't they? Our electeds, they heard us when there was even an inkling somebody wanted to mess around with our public land. We made our voice known. Coming up next hour, we got a whole bunch more show for you. Mac Watson, he's our news guy. He's going to be on here. We'll talk the usual sports stuff, I bet. Harvey Deselms, I've got some great gift ideas for you, whether online or if you're in the Cheyenne area, you're going to go check out Deselms Fine Art. Harvey's going to be on, the owner of Deselms Fine Art. I think they're coming up on 25 years there. They're coming up on their 25th anniversary, Deselms Fine Art in Cheyenne. Find them right there on East 17th Street. Cool. Harvey's going to be on. And then also Mike Wilkinson. Wilkie will be here. We're going to talk about Cheyenne Frontier Nights, not days, nights. The concert lineup has been announced, and I love it. Wilkie and I will talk about that. News now, though. We'll see you in a bit.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The USGS estimates 4.7 trillion cubic feet of undiscovered natural gas remains under southwest Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that combined with other recent assessments, federal scientists have identified enough gas to supply the entire country for a long time.
They have been doing so many studies of southwest Wyoming, it was kind of expected, I think. I asked the researchers, were you pleasantly surprised by this? And she said, no, it really fits a pattern. That is what the inventory is. It's a pretty solid resource that could generate enough natural gas to power the whole country for 18 months.
The assessment marks the fifth oil and gas study in the area released by the USGS in the last 2 years. Following assessments of the Lewis Shale in July of 2020, the Mallow Composite in May of 2025, the Niobrara Formation in June 2025, and the Phosphoria Petroleum System in August of 2025. The daughter of the Rock Springs, Wyoming police chief was sentenced to 42 days in jail and ordered to pay over $2,000 in restitution Wednesday for poisoning her roommate's dog, leading to its having to be put down. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Allie Erspalmer pleaded no contest Wednesday to the misdemeanor version of that charge.
The county attorney, Clayton Milinkovich, that covered for Sweetwater County in this case, he wrote a statement saying probably had she been convicted by a trial, the judge after that would have given her probation. And so this way he was able to secure some jail time because he wasn't confident about whatever sentence she would have gotten, even with the felony level conviction, which she dodged. But he recognized that nothing could make up for the loss of the dog and the other things that the dog's owner went through.
The restitution amount Erspalmer must pay is for cremation and veterinary costs. The deceased dog's owner, Hallie Blake, confirmed Thursday to Cowboy State Daily. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
Wyoming runs on community, and it's powered by people like you. Know someone who always steps up? Nominate them for the Governor's Spirit of Service Award presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon. Let's celebrate the volunteers who make a difference every single day. Head to servewyoming.org to nominate a local hero today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. When John and Tucker Bass, father and son, moved from Tennessee, they were unsure about Wyoming's bass fishing. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports, then the 12-year-old caught a world record-setting largemouth bass in Fremont County.
Tucker and John Bass. Tucker is the son. This summer, they were fishing on a lake that's colloquially or locally known as Bass Lake, and Tucker caught a world record-breaking bass insofar as it was the new world record for the junior class on 4-pound test line. There's never been a record largemouth caught in Wyoming, because Wyoming really isn't known for bass fishing.
Dad says that they planned on eating the fish for a world record dinner now that they have an official approval. Tucker said they plan to cook it in his favorite way, which is deep fried. Wyoming's leaders, past and present, are mourning the loss of former Superintendent of Public Instruction Judy Catchpole, who passed away on Thursday at the age of 81. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reports that Catchpole is remembered for her boundless energy, sense of humor, and advocacy for children.
She was truly a happy person. Every single person I spoke to, governors today, senators today, leaders of all sorts, regular people who knew Judy well, they all said the same thing. She was genuinely happy. She was funny. She just brought joy to wherever she went. She was so different than other politicians. She's one of those people where if you saw her in a store, you would go seek her out and you would go give her a hug because you knew she was genuinely happy to see you.
Catchpole served as Wyoming's highest-ranking education officer from 1995 to 2003. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Yeah, we're back at it on a finally Friday, final hour into the stretch run, as they say in the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Mac Watson, and he is the king of all fake news, Mac. This has to be a fake news story.
I'm the king of fake news.
Well, with this story, you are. Am I to believe a father-son team with the last name Bass caught a record-setting bass in a lake called Bass Lake? Get out of here.
That is not fake news.
Dude.
I talked to the dad last night,
And he is, you can't make this up.
No.
Jake, I'm telling you, you can't make this up. Mr. Bass and his son, well, the family moved to Wyoming a number of years ago, and they love bass fishing. They're originally from Tennessee, which is known for, a lot of bass, East Coast, South, whatever. They're on Bass Lake, and the son catches a record-setting, and I don't understand all the minutia about it, but like a 4-pound test line and all this kind of stuff. He catches a record bass whose last name is Bass on Bass Lake. I mean, what's next? He's going to play the bass in high school. That's the only thing I can think of, is that the next step is he's going to play the bass, and BASS.
Right. And whatever canoe or boat or skiff they're on is called the USS Bass. I don't know. It's Bass.
There you go.
But this kid got a monster. I mean, good job, kiddo. I love it.
And Wyoming's not known for bass fishing.
No,
it's like he had divine intervention helping him on this,
No, if you're serious about your bass fishing, and I used to bass fish, small mouth, big mouth, large mouth. I love the bass too. They don't fight like a trout, but they're fun to catch if you're a catch and retrieve guy. And it's one of the considerations. Dad says, we're moving to Wyoming, and the first thing the kid thinks of is, how's the bass fishing there?
Yeah, right.
Not great, although he just caught a the only one we have in the state you just pulled out of the water, kid. Way to go.
Right. And it's a monster.
It is. Dang.
Yeah.
Fremont County.
So, I mean, he's I talked to the dad. They work at Boysen, out of the Wind River Canyon, Boysen Reservoir.
Yeah.
Works for the Park Service. Just a nice guy. But that thick accent, you just don't expect anybody in Wyoming to have, kind of thing.
Tennessee.
But he's like, oh, yeah, we fish all the time. It's great, kind of thing. And I'm like, who did I call? Oh, where am I talking to you from? Because, again, Wyoming really doesn't have an accent.
Before you deliver the punchline in that story, I anticipated they had to be from the South or, Tennessee, because you said, how were they going to prepare the bass? They were going to eat the record-setting bass. Once it was official and they had a record, they were going to eat it. Their favorite way, fried, of course.
Fried.
Got to be fried.
I remember the first time I ever had fried catfish was in Texas.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the best. Well, I mean, everything's better fried. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah.
Whether you have fried shrimp, fried scallops, fried chicken, whatever. Everything is just better with that crunchy breaded coating on it. So it makes sense that the son, Tucker, is going to say, absolutely, we're going to fry this up and we're going to eat it. It's going to be great. So good for them.
Fried Snickers bar for dessert at the county fair. Friday.
Yeah. Who came up with that?
I don't know, man. That's Carney.
Yeah. And one with a drinking problem. You have to be drunk to come up with fried peanut butter and jelly.
Or
you know what I mean? Like, how does that happen?
Or south of the Mason-Dixon, where you just fry it like whatever. Fry it. Everything's better fried, man.
Right.
Get the fry basket. We're gonna fry our ho-hos. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, can you get this bass dad and kid on our show?
Yeah.
I would love to talk to them.
Let me
just to hear the accent. I want to talk to them.
Oh, and Mark Hines, our great outdoors reporter, said they are a quote hoot to talk to when dad and son get together.
Oh, I
Monday.
actually see them. Yeah, Monday, John and Tucker.
Monday. Yeah, John and Tucker Bass.
They'll
be on
wait.
Monday at 7:05 and talking about all things fishing, bass, whatever you want to ask them.
Yes.
So that should be great.
We're going to have fun. All right. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
What else is happening with you, Mac?
What's really interesting to me is this, the truck driver. The truck driver who is claiming there was a road rage incident, and those are never, ever good. But what is interesting to me, A truck driver is accused of shooting at a pickup truck that had, obviously the driver, but also a child, a 2-year-old inside. And now what we are finding is the pickup driver, what the trucker is saying is, well, he started it. He shot first. So the judge found probable cause on Wednesday to send the case to district court. But this guy also testified, which is very rare. He chose to testify during the hearing. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if you got really good advice, dude. I mean, well, you usually don't testify, especially this early in a case. So I don't think this is, I don't think it's really going to turn out well for him. But now we've got the he said, she said, or the he said, he said.
Yeah.
Who did what when? And he's facing like eight charges. Vehicular manslaughter. And here's something that I didn't know is it's illegal to use a radar detector in Wyoming.
Yeah, technically.
I didn't know that. And quite frankly, I never even thought about it because I have not seen a radar detector since I was a kid. I know. Since I was learning to drive. You know what I mean?
Not since you could find one at a Radio Shack, which you also haven't seen since 1985. I know.
There you go.
And nobody, you're never going to get cited for it, but they tack this on because you got to make a big laundry list for the plea deal. They'll say, all right, we'll throw out the whatever, but we want to. I know this is so many aspects to this. Ryan Semarat is the attorney for Bunsey, the truck driver. So Ryan's, he's the guy who defended the corner crosser. He's a good lawyer. So I don't understand Ryan if this was his decision, but I don't like putting Bunsey out there because Bunsey, what we've heard from the truck driver, this big rig driver is first, I didn't shoot at nobody. That was November 20th. Well, there's a bullet hole in the pickup truck. There's spent shells on the floor of your truck that match the bullet hole, and there's a gun in your truck. And that now I thought he'd back off from that, Bunsey, but he hasn't. He's doubled down. He's like, no, he shot at me. That's a whole different story. Now you're twisting the whole thing like 180. It's weird. I don't get it.
And we're dealing with this with our 16-year-old. Everybody has their version. Yes. And you've got to figure out what the truth is. Sometimes the truth isn't in the middle. Sometimes it's made up out of whole cloth, and you got to figure out who's telling a tale, tall tale, and who's not. But this guy is facing serious charges, and I learned early on, especially living in Texas and Arizona, that you do not escalate. You do not escalate because you don't know who's carrying a gun. Yeah. You don't know their frame of mind. You don't know if this person is going to pop off and do something reckless, do something dangerous. So if there is ever a guy flipping me off or, honking or whatever, I just pull over to the side. I don't engage. I don't do anything. Yeah. I'm just like, nope. Because I've seen, I worked with a guy, unfortunately, he got rammed. He still doesn't know to this day what happened, but this guy behind him just came up behind him and just started hitting his car. And did some damage. Luckily, he wasn't injured. My buddy wasn't injured, but he's like, I just saw this guy out of my rear view mirror, and he was yelling and, gesturing and all this stuff, and started ramming his car, and he still doesn't know what happened. So, it never, at least my advice would be never escalate because you never know, and who started what. Court documents say the guy called law enforcement, reported that a commercial truck driver had shot a gun from his semi on Interstate I-80. I'm thinking automatically, you call the cops first. You didn't start this. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. But these accounts are so different. Yeah. I don't know how you separate truth from fiction. I really don't.
And it's funny that you brought up, I did the same thing earlier this morning. I was talking about it. You brought up the old incident where you have, and I always go to the vase or the vase in the living room.
Yeah.
2 boys, 6-year-old, 7-year-old. There's a broken vase. Mom says, what happened here? And they both say, he did it. You know, that's what we're getting. Like a 59-year-old Bunzy is like a 7-year-old. He did it. He shot at me.
Yeah, right.
So the takeaway is, this is not how we solve our road rage issues and what we don't shoot at each other. My goodness. As Matt points out, statistically, there's a chance there are 2.7 weapons in somebody's vehicle if they got a Wyoming tag, right? By the numbers, something like that.
Right.
And my favorite part of the story was the prosecuting attorney asking the trucker, does AT&T not work in Rawlins? Because he didn't call. You know, she's like, you drove 30 miles. If you really did get shot at, you didn't think to call 911. The other guy did. And he's like, I couldn't get self-service. She's like, what carrier do you have? And he says AT&T.
Yeah, really? You were outside of Rollins.
She's
Come on,
like,
man.
what do you, does AT&T not work in Rollins?
Right, that's it. And you know, I-80 is full of cell towers because there's so much traffic.
Yeah,
come on,
dude. I know.
You may get a dead spot, but it's not going to last, for 80 miles or 30 miles or whatever.
I find it hard to believe any of this was done on the advice of counsel. Ryan Semerad knows better than that, but I don't know. We'll learn more. But that wasn't interesting. So many aspects to that story. It's just mind-boggling. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad, but what I was thinking was, okay, did Dad get, because we all kind of like, and this guy in the semi was like, I'm having none of it, and started waving a gun. Well, you've got a 2-year-old in the back.
Yeah.
Dude, don't engage at all. So that would be my advice. Take the easy way out. I won't say the other word I was going to say. Just take the easy way out and don't engage. You never know. You never know what's going to happen.
Kids, listen to Mac, the sound words of Mac Watson. Let's one last thing. Let's talk about Judy Catchpole. Evidence of a life well lived is the attendance at your funeral, let's say. Jimmy Orr got comments from everybody who's anybody regarding Judy Catchpole. They all said the same thing. She was just her energy, her humor, and her advocacy for kids when it comes to education. The queen, Judy Catchpole.
And the thing that I talked to Jimmy about too, because Jimmy was effusive with praise, because this woman really did leave a great legacy. And I said, Jimmy and I just got to talking, and I said, it's kind of interesting. I met Al Simpson a handful of times. I didn't meet Al Simpson. I mean, we weren't, buddy. But the one thing I always caught, Al Simpson doing was, he'd always remember your name. He'd always ask you about your family, and he would remember your family's name. Yeah. And it seems to me Ms. Catchpole was kind of the same thing. If she met you once, you were a lifelong friend, she would say hello to you again. And as Jimmy pointed out, you would go and see her at the grocery store and seek her out for a hug, and she'd be thrilled to see you. Those are the kind of people we need more in this life. Those are the kind of people, we learn in foster care. My wife and I were foster parents for about 5 years down in Arizona. And the one thing they teach you is to delight in the children. Be focused, be centered, but delight in the children. We need more people like Ms. Catchpole. We really do. That are just delighted to see you. Even as an old man, I love it when somebody goes, hey, how are you? And gives you a hug, and blah, blah, blah. It's not just for kids. Delight in your friends and neighbors because they deserve it. They really do.
Yeah. We did talk to former Superintendent of Public Instruction, Jillian Balow. She was on the show. She remembers Judy fondly. Everybody remembers Judy fondly. Catchpole for kids. That was her tagline. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Where is Jillian, by the way, these days?
She's back in Wyoming. She had temporary, brief insanity taking a job in Virginia. Actually, I think her husband's from there. She did. She was super. Okay. She did the same gig in Virginia for just a little bit. She's back here now in the private sector. And
good.
Back home where she belongs. Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to hear it.
All right, buddy. We're going to bounce.
All right, this weekend, a lot of football, so I'm going to watch. So
yes.
Let's see what happens.
These games getting important now, man.
Hey, they are. They are coming down to the end of the season.
All right, we'll talk Monday and see what we thought of the football card. All right. Have a great weekend. It's Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to take a quick break. We got more guests. Harvey Deselms going to be here. We're going to talk about that perfect Christmas gift from Deselms Fine Art in Cheyenne. Harvey, get with us. He'll be next after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
What a treat it is to get Harvey Deselms on the show. Harvey, let's get it out of the way. Show us the hand. Oh, man.
At least my digits work. Surgery this afternoon, so that'll be fun.
Oh,
We'll get it all fixed up.
Oh, wow. That is I've broken that same bone in my hand. Dang. That's going to slow you down with the framing, I would imagine.
You know, the framing is going to be a little difficult, but I have good help and I am pretty persistent. So it'll work out just how it's supposed to. Ain't sure how it's going to happen yet, but it's going to happen.
So, how's the gallery going this time of year? We're thinking about gift items, and art speaks to some of us who learn to listen a special way. But as you said, Harvey, art is an investment in yourself, treating yourself for your hard work and adding beauty to your surroundings. Every time you look at that piece of art in your house or wherever you put it, your business, It's a reminder of something, and it's a reminder of how hard you work to put that there. And we get it. Those of us who appreciate art, we know it's the number one gift we could give at Christmas to ourselves or our friends or our family.
That's exactly right. It's art is exactly what you said, that I've said for years. It's an investment in yourself because you've worked hard for your money. It's nice when a couple will come in and buy a piece for the house or something like that. Sometimes, I do gift certificates. If you don't know what to get your grandson who just has a new house, get him a few $100 gift certificate, and he can come out and, find exactly what he wants. And it's going to fit his or his family's criteria and taste, or they can get something framed in a while, and just figure it out that way. It's a beautiful thing to give, and it lasts generations. I have, people that have been collecting art, their grandparents' art collections are now part of theirs, and sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't, but it's part of the generational thing that they can pass on.
It's an investment. It's an asset. And unlike one you can make in Wall Street, for instance, it's not going to go away, presumably. It could disappear at Wall Street.
Yeah, Wall Street, you got to pretend it's out there and doing stuff. And that's where you can look at it and enjoy it and smile.
Yeah, it's physical. It's real. It's a thing. Harvey Deselms is with us. Deselms Fine Art. 25 years. Is that right?
33.
33 years. Well, I'm underselling it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sometimes it feels like 80. Sometimes it feels like 15 years. I mean, the great thing about art, everything that I have is original, and the artists bring it in. They're happy to create it, and it's like every day is kind of like brand new, and they bring a brand new piece of artwork in. And that's what the customers like too. They like to see what's here, what's happened, and what the artist is bringing in new.
We're talking about the brick and mortar at East 17th and Cheyenne, which is a piece of art in itself. Tell me about the building and how you got there, where you are. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, the building's a historic asset, really, to Cheyenne. It was built by the railroad, late 1870s, early 1880s. The records are pretty iffy back then. For the doctor, Dr. Blackwell, he was the UP doctor, and it was his residence and his practice. So some historians consider it a hospital at different times because he did house patients here overnight. So there's a lot of interesting history for sure. And that was a neat thing. And I don't own the building. I lease it from some folks, but it is the oldest continually occupied residential structure in Cheyenne, because there are a couple little apartments in the building, which I like very much, because there's people around all hours a day, and they kind of can help keep an eye on things.
If you're going to market in art, I think it's important to be in an artful place like this building. It is a piece of work. Harvey, am I saying the name right? Deselms?
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Deselms Fine Art. So I want to talk about the different things people would know you for, or may engage in business with you. We're shopping Wyoming. We're going to shop Wyoming, shop locally. Let's talk about the first thing, original art. I'm going on the website. I see everything from Chris Navarro bronze to jewelry to, what you would assume oils. For instance, if anybody wants to get me the Wyoming Home Metal Arc on a Fence Post oil,
that's a good one.
It speaks to me. But yes, what art is there? How does it get there? How do you curate it? And more importantly, how do we get it out the door, framed and bagged for somebody?
Well, you just come in and see me, and you go on my website, deselmsfineart.com, and you can see Wyoming Home. That's by Renee Piskorski, and she's a local woman who's done very, very well, and that's primarily what I do, local, regional. My definition of regional, if you can drive there and back in a day, that's regional.
Okay, that sounds right.
We have a few artists that are a little further away, but I like to support the locals. When people travel, they want a little a local piece. Maybe they've been to Vidavoo or somewhere up in fishing somewhere. A lot of people come down from Jackson. Jackson's a little more expensive than Cheyenne, so they can buy a piece of art maybe in Cheyenne that reminds them of their Wyoming experience. There's one more less digit in the price sometimes.
Yeah, I hear that. So original art at Deselms Fine Art, all styles, all sizes, all media, all prices, including sculpture. Let's talk about the framing. We have a guy, Rocky Vertone is a guy here in Jackson. He does framing really nice. Am I wrong? But was framing sort of the afterthought years ago? Like it was the painting, it was the canvas. That's what you were buying, and you put the frame on. Nowadays, it seems the frame is as important as the work. It's art.
Yeah, the framing can be framing has two purposes. It protects the art, number one, and then it accentuates the art. I mean, you can kill something pretty bad if you put the wrong frame on it. It just kind of dies.
Yeah.
But you have to kind of be creative and learn how to do that. And so, people ask me, well, where's your work? What do you do? And I said, all I do is glue sticks of wood together and make frames. And so that's my my talent and artistic ability. I can pick the frames, get them together, but as far as creating a piece of art, I do not do that. I'm the middleman. Find the artist that has great stuff, provide the opportunity for customers to come in. And then I can, if they don't like the frame, I can fix it. People bring me personal artifacts, like from their grandfather's World War II, World War I stuff. I framed a lot of that stuff. Family portraits, prints that they have under the bed that Aunt Sally gave them 22 years ago. And they said, we got to decorate this old bedroom that remodeled. So there's any number of things you can get framed.
We're talking to Harvey Deselms Fine Art, 33 years there in Cheyenne. The framing, that's what you become known for that, the framing. While we're on that topic, it just occurred to me, Harvey, is there any stereotypical relationship between artists? Let's say we're talking about something on a canvas, an oil piece, and then the framing. Do you ever consult the artist, or do they pretty much know, look, once I painted it, I don't know what frame it's going to end up. It's not my deal. Because as you say, those two can argue with each other, the frame and the piece itself. Do you ever go to the artist and say, does this frame do you justice, or no? I don't know.
It's kind of a sticky wicket. Some artists are just like, here, it's done, take it.
Yeah.
And others are very, very particular. It's that's their baby, and they want it just exactly so. And 1/8 inch here and 3/4 here, and this mat, that mat, and the glass. So some are very particular. It's like anything. You go to a restaurant, you're with somebody that the beans have to be laid out just exactly right on the plate, or it's no good. And other people will just throw a hamburger down. So it's personal taste. Just like art, finding the right customer for the right piece. And sometimes I tell the artist, we could probably do a better frame on this. And I have a lot of people that come in. I've been doing this long enough. We walk in, lay it down, and say, call me when it's done. And both artists and clients. So it's an individual thing. Just like the piece of art, the frame is going to speak to the artist or the buyer.
Deselms Fine Art, original art, obviously, custom framing. And the one last piece is Harvey's got the eye, he's got the taste. What if you're outfitting your whole business office or your home? Can we get you consulting? You can walk around and tell us this needs to be here. You could do something there. What is that? Something you do? Is that a big part of it?
Yeah, that's not a big part of it, but that's something I'm willing to do. I've been in a lot of offices and a lot of homes, and they're like, well, what would look good here? And I said, well, I have a lot of options, but you're going to be in the house living in it, and don't worry about whether it matches your couch or your curtains. If you like the piece of art, you like the piece of art. Eclectic is my favorite type of artwork because we all have different things that turn our crank, whether it's fishing or sailboat or the mountains or a still life of grapes and pecans or whatever. I mean, you got to figure out what you like, and if you have your favorite easy chair and the TV's over yonder, and then the windows here, and you got a couple of favorite pieces of art, put it where you can see it. I mean, you're the one, it's your castle. You be the king of that castle and figure out where you want stuff and where you're going to enjoy it.
I like that. I'm all about eclectic, whether it's music or I try to remember that in dressing. I tend to go monochrome with a tie and jacket, but yeah, let's say it's art. Would you suggest a Renaissance piece and Art Deco all mashed in the same room? Could.
Yeah, you could pull it off. You bet. Luckily about art, there really are no rules.
Yeah. I like it.
Scooting about herding cats, working with artists sometimes because they want to push the envelope and create something new, and that's creativity. It's at its best. That's why we have art. People putting weird stuff together and something comes out that's really cool.
Don't look now, but 20 days till Christmas. Deselms Fine Art, great place to get to if you can get to it. On East 17th in Cheyenne, we talked about the building, reasons to go to the brick and mortar. If we can't get there, Harvey, how do we find you online?
www.deselmsfineart.com.
Easy enough. Again, anybody buying for me? Fishing the fast waters, Chris Navarro's bronze, or Wyoming home would work. I love Meadowlark on a fence post. Says Wyoming to me, huh?
That screams Wyoming to everybody.
Oh, man. Harvey, thanks for being on. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for your time. Bye.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. One more guest, one final break on the show.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
You're the ones that make it happen. Can't do a show without you. Thank you for listening. And thank you for participating in the discussion. Some thoughtful comments, crazy, funny comments, and my buddy Stolpe. The story about the daughter of the Rock Springs police chief sentenced to 42 days in jail and a couple grand to cover the funeral of the pit bull she killed by poisoning it. Ugh. I feel bad. Allie and Haley. They were roommates, and she never liked the dog. You know, how about just saying, hey, roommate, I'm not a dog person. Can we make some boundaries and rules about the new pit bull? Instead of pouring antifreeze in the water bowl and putting bleach in the dog treats for like a month. Oh. Stolpe says maybe her and the wolf torture can get together and get married next year. That would be news headlines of 2026. Wolf torture and dog killing roommate. Oh my. Stolpe. Yeah, there are a lot of stories. That story, by the way, and just give you an indication of how animals resonate with people. Our pets, we are serious about our pets, right? I mean, you can shoot at each other on Interstate 80 all you want. It's all fun and games, shooting at each other, road rage incident. But when you kick a dog, when you point that gun at a dog, the dude that shot his border collie like 5 times, oh boy, that story, many people commented. This story regarding the roommates who didn't agree, see eye to eye on the pit bull, and one of them, I don't think I have to say allegedly anymore, she took the plea deal. After all, her phone records show her asking questions of GPT like, can bleach be detected in a dog autopsy? Like, dead giveaway. I mean, if I'm the prosecuting attorney, this case builds itself. ChatGPT. Siri, I was wondering, how long does it take to kill a dog with antifreeze? And can it be detected post-mortem? Easy slam dunk case. 1,000 people made impressions on this. That means thumbs up, thumbs down. Most of them have been the angry face emoji. 1,000 impressions on this story on the Facebook post of the Cowboy State Daily story written by Claire McFarland, daughter of Rock Springs police chief, gets 42 days for poisoning roommate's dog. 372 comments, not a one of them coming to the defense of the young lady, although many saying that she got off pretty easy. 42 days in jail. And again, I don't think the dog thing, people who do violence on an animal, I'm holding them under an extra strong microscope. If you abuse a horse, if you're one of them that whips up on a horse, dude, maybe you should go to anger management. If you're one of those that the dog aggravates you and frustrates you to the point you shoot it 5 times, dude, maybe you should seek some help. And if you are one who carries on a two-faced relationship with your roommate, on one hand, you're going to dinner together, you're laughing, you're watching a movie together, whatever. And meanwhile, secretly, you've been poisoning her dog for days, weeks, until it dies. I don't know, man. Other stories have been pretty popular. We haven't had a chance to get to today. UW graduate in that transgender sorority member lawsuit. One of those that have bringing a lawsuit saying the sorority should not accept transgender members. They don't feel safe. Women want a right to women's only spaces. She spoke the other day at a White House event. She spoke on Wednesday. This woman, that story's in the Cowboy State Daily and doing pretty well. We're going to talk to the father-son duo with a last name Bass that caught a record-setting bass from a lake called Bass Lake. It's all about bass. We'll have the Basses on first thing Monday on the show. That should be pretty fun. Other stories we haven't had a chance to get to. Former Laramie mayor accused of stealing money from a mental health group where she was, I believe, the executive director. That's a little disappointing. This woman, Andy Somerville, previously served as the mayor of Laramie, also a former city council member at Laramie. She's accused of stealing more than $31,000 from a mental health advocacy group she directed. And they include reimbursements to herself for supposed expenses, but not documented from what we understand. Now, she'll have her day in court, obviously. She says all the money transferring was all legit. Meanwhile, she had a company or an organization debit card or credit card that she used pretty liberally, including $419 charge in November of 24 at Target, $432 at Creative Goods Broadway merch shop in New York City. How about $100 at Sea Life in Minnesota Aquarium in February of 2025, and more than $500 at Mall of America in Minnesota. Omaha Zoo in Nebraska, $469 charge. Dick's Sporting Goods in Broomfield, Colorado. Boy, Somerville gets around. $441 there. Yeah, I don't know if any of these purchases are legit on behalf of the organization. Also wrote checks back to herself to reimburse her for expenses, but these checks were by far more than the expense report, the expense account for this organization would allow. This is supposed to be reimbursements for, small petty cash layouts you make. She wrote allegedly checks for herself in the tune of $5,300 plus on August 30th of 2024. How about a check for $2,700? Another one for $6,316 to reimburse herself. Another check for $5,300, $4,800, $3,800. Yeah, I don't know how this all shakes out, but it certainly doesn't look good for Andy Somerville, former Laramie mayor lobbyist accused of stealing some $31,000 in total from a mental health group where she was the director. We're hoping to get with our Cheyenne Frontier Days friends, Mike Wilkinson. Wilkie is, I know he's busy at NFR in Vegas. And of course, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I don't know what kind of night of it was last night for Mike Wilkinson, but so far so good. So far, no good. No Wilkinson. We were going to talk about the Axe booked. Wilkie is the contract Axe chairman, Mike Wilkinson, for the Cheyenne Frontier Days, 130th, by the way, coming up next year, 2026. The Cheyenne Frontier Nights concert lineup was announced just a few days ago, and Mike Wilkinson has pretty much the main hand in that. We were going to talk about the Axe and what goes into booking these concerts and who's playing. Just to run it down again for you, Friday, July 17th is the first night concert. That is Treaty Oak Revival, an up-and-coming Texas outfit. They're really good. They're going to play with Jesse Murph. I believe Jesse Murph is the opener, although I would flip that around. And that was one of the first things I was going to talk to Wilkie about is who opens for who. I think the headliner is Jesse Murph, more popular anyway. Not many people probably know of Treaty Oak Revival, but Jesse Murph, her latest single, Blue Strips, top 20. I think it peaked at 15 on the Hot 100. A big song. She's done duets with Cole Wetzel, Jelly Roll, Bailey Zimmerman. Jesse Murph is legitimately arrived. She's on tour right now, internationally. She's big time. And I would think Treaty Oak Revival would open for her. That's how I would do it anyway. Saturday, July 18th, Alex Warren will appear. Get your tickets now. He's the guy who sings Ordinary. Ordinary in some music circles is considered the song of the year. 2025, right? 2025 song of the year. I heard one outfit. I don't know who it was. There's so many different agencies and different award shows. 2025 song of the year. I heard Ordinary was in the running, or depending on who you ask, Ordinary's huge song in 2025 for Alex Warren. Now, he has songs beyond that, maybe not as well known, but you've definitely heard, I wish I could play some of it for you, but we would get copyright dinged. Ordinary released February 7, 2025. Yeah, according to Billboard, Ordinary is the number one song, according to Billboard, for the summer charts. They took a look back in 2025. The song of the summer, according to Billboard, you maybe have heard of them, is Alex Warren's Ordinary. Yeah, he's big. He's legit. That'll be a fun show. That's Saturday, July 18th. Sunday, July 19th, the Red Clay Strays. And they are as hot as you can get right now. And I know a lot of people have not heard of them. I understand this isn't George Strait. If we say Red Clay Strays playing tonight, but trust me, they are a band you're going to want to see. You'll wish that you would have seen them. They're playing a little bitty outfit in August called Madison Square Garden. Maybe you've heard of it. So obviously these guys got the name cachet. If they can fill MSG, don't worry. They'll be tickets are going to go fast. Red Clay Strays, Sunday, the 19th of July, Frontier Nights. Opening the show is Stillwater, Oklahoma's Wyatt Flores, and he is another up-and-comer that you don't want to miss. Wyatt Flores is really good. He's playing Billy Bob's Texas, by the way, in, I think, March. So, yeah, Wyatt Flores is somebody. Monday, July 20th and Tuesday, July 21st is PRCA Extreme Bowls event. And then it's back to music on Wednesday, July 22nd with Riley Green. Riley Green, big time song of the year, CMA song of the year, I think, event of the year, something like that. That's his duet with Ella Langley. You Look Like You Love Me. You've heard that song, guaranteed. That song sticks in your head. I know you've heard it. That's Ella Langley's song technically, but she gets help there from Riley Green. Riley Green, by the way, wrote the second verse, the verse he sings. He wrote that. He and Ella Langley do a great job with that. If you can ever see them sing that live, it's so cool. They're so good. Ella Langley's on tour with Morgan Wallen, so it's unlikely you're going to see her just pop on stage with Riley Green to sing that. Although I did look at Ella Langley's tour schedule, and she has a day off on Wednesday, July 22nd. If I was Mike Wilkinson, and I wish he was on right now, I would ask him, what would it cost to fly Ella Langley in just to sing that one song with Riley Green? I would do it. I would buy her a plane ticket and get her there. That'd be really cool to see. Great song. And Riley Green's got other stuff. He is he's probably the name going. Emerging artist in country music in 2025. Riley Green tops the list. He and another guy named Zach Top, who, by the way, is also going to appear at Frontier Nights on Saturday, July 25th. Zach Top. He's kind of a neo-traditionalist in the vein of George Strait. If you're one of them who says country has lost its way today, I don't even recognize what I'm hearing on country music radio. What is this? Is this Jesse Murph? Is this country? Then you know what? Zach Top is for you. Zach Top does traditional, old school country with the right instrumentation, pedal steel, fiddle. It's real old time country. Zach Top, he's huge. You don't miss a chance to see him Saturday, July 25th. He's playing with Joe D. Messina opening the show. And that's a pairing that apparently Abby Royce called. Abby was talking to the concert organizers at CFD, and we had Abby on yesterday. And Abby said, I was just spitballing. She said like months ago, she was like, my dream show would be Zach Top with Joe DiMessina opening. Oh my goodness. Were they listening to her or what? Because she gets her wish. July 25th, Saturday, Zach Top, Joe D supporting. And then finally Friday, the July 24th, the show we skipped over, Hardy with Cameron Whitcomb. Cameron Whitcomb was on American Idol. He's a Canadian country singer. Cameron Whitcomb opening for Hardy. You know Hardy. He's got tons of hits. He tours heavily, Hardy, by the way. He plays like every night somewhere. He's touring overseas right now. I think he's in like Denmark, Finland, UK, Germany. And then he'll be back next summer to play at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Hardy with Cameron Whitcomb supporting. That's the lineup. Oh, I don't know what happened to Wilkie. He must be tied up in Vegas. I know all those Cheyenne Frontier Day organizers are in Las Vegas for the Wranglers NFR. Can't blame them. If I could, I would. I'd be there as well. It's first round of the NFR. It's not the daddy of them all, but it is the Super Bowl of rodeo going on in Las Vegas right now. We told you some of the results, and I'll run them by you again. This happened in round one, performance one, last night in the NFR. Cooper Cook took the bareback riding with an 88.5 ride on Ramblin' Man. And that was the best, and he pocketed $36,000 for that. And saddle bronc riding, Stetson Wright, man. Stetson Wright has been anything but wrong. He has been so good all year long, and he continues it. Yesterday was just owned by Stetson Wright. A 90-point ride on Wayne Vold Rodeo's Renegade in the saddle bronc, and then he turns around and jumps on a bull called Big Shasta out of Powder River Rodeo and rides an 89.75 ride on that. Stetson Wright, number one in both bull riding and saddle bronc riding last night at the NFR. Gee. Tyler Wagaspack, 4 seconds it took him to wrestle a steer down. Made himself a cool $36,000. Lightning Aguilera and Caden Profili stretched one in the team roping in 4 seconds. And finally, last night at NFR in the tie-down roping, Shad Mayfield, 6.8 seconds it took him to do to make his tie-down roping run. Holy cow. Yeah, that's going to do it for us on a Friday. Speaking about record time, we got to get out of here fast now. That'll do it for the weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thanks for watching and listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.